Just like I told you. Just like I said, there was never a doubt for the Atlanta Braves last night. Never a question in my mind about the Atlanta Braves last night. I knew going in, it was a dub. I knew coming out, it was a dub. And I knew from first pitch till final out, it was a dub. Never a doubt for the Bravos, baby. Never a doubt. Not for a second did I doubt this team. Not an instant, not a second, not a moment, not a nanosecond did I doubt this team.
By the way, you can go back on the Odyssey app or, on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch.
Don't do that.
And you can find out that he is telling the truth.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Just trust me on this. Do not go back and listen to any segments about the Braves from yesterday. Audio editing is real. Computer graphic. AI. It's AI. Anything I said about the Braves that wasn't positive, that wasn't filled with belief and optimism, it's all AI. It was not me. It was some psychopath with a computer editing sound together to make it sound like it wasn't me. There was never a doubt, baby.
Are you worried I kept it?
I was horrified. I was terrified. I thought we were going to get our asses kicked last night. I was tweeting through my existential crisis last night. It was not great.
Are you worried about wearing the Brave shirt today, though? I mean,
no, we don't play today.
I know I know it's tomorrow.
Yeah,
but,
it's tomorrow.
But still, I mean,
that's
that's a sweet shirt, by the way.
That's a great shirt, right?
And you can see it on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or the X.
Never a doubt, except for all the doubts. There was never a doubt.
Rob's going to tell you where you can find it on that, because I don't remember the names.
Lonzo, do you have a favorite kid of your kids?
I saw your thing. No.
So Lonzo's a liar, like every other parent.
No, I'm not.
You all have a favorite
I am not.
kid.
I do not have a favorite kid.
You all have a favorite kid.
My kids are 4 years apart. If you put them together, you would get me. So some of my best and worst parts are with my son's son. Some of my best and worst parts are with my daughter.
Pappy's the best part.
My daughter's sarcasm puts Pappy's sarcasm in space. That's how potent it is.
Point here is, ladies and gentlemen, that all parents have a favorite kid.
I just don't like to. Well, I know we've talked to other people who have said yes.
All parents have a favorite kid, and some of them will lie to you and tell you that they don't. And I respect that. I appreciate that. I understand it, and I encourage it.
I will also say that people at the jobs of both of my children listen to the show. So if I did have a favorite,
you would never admit it.
Right.
But, that's exactly what I'm saying.
But I don't have, I have love for both of my children
I am not
equally.
saying you don't. I'm just saying people lie.
So if you have to pick one or the other for an event or something, you go with your favorite. Is that how that goes?
No, I'm just saying, listen, there's a point to this. This is not about you and your kids.
No, I get it. And I am not trying to kill the bit, but
here's what I'm saying. Every parent says, I don't have a favorite kid, but every parent definitely does. All right. And I appreciate and I encourage you not to let your kids know that that is the case, because you don't want to do that to your children, especially not to your least favorite child. I get it. You all have a favorite if you have more than one. And if you have a bunch, it gets real shady, right? It gets real tough to pick. Everybody's got a favorite kid. That is how I feel about postseason sports. That's how I feel about postseason sports. I love all my postseason sports equally. But my favorite postseason sport is postseason baseball. Don't tell the rest. I love all my postseason sports equally. They all have incredible things about them that I love. They all have things that make them special and unique and different. I like to brag about them. I like to discuss their accomplishments. I like to talk about the things that they get right. I like to talk about the things that they excel at. I love all of my post season sports equally, but I like postseason baseball the best. Y'all, the Braves last night win on the most ridiculous defensive ending to a game I've ever seen. The most ludicrous defensive ending of all time. Nick Castellanos at the dish with 1 out in the top of the ninth. The Braves, courtesy of one Austin Riley going, yad, are ahead by a single run. There's 1 down. Bryce Harper's on first base. Nick Castellanos at the dish. Castellanos sends a screamer out to deep center field. Money Mike the Harris, the second, goes to the fence, leaps, flies, needs a cape in his underpants outside of his regular pants because he took off like Superman and comes down with the rock and then has the wherewithal to spin, to fire back to the infield. Why? Because Bryce Harper screwed up, and he screwed up bad, and he took off. And by the time Bryce Harper rounded second and was on his way to third, Bryce Harper realized, oh, Mike caught that. So Money Mike fires it back in from center field. Orlando Arcia gets a bouncing ball in the middle of the infield. He fires it over to first base. Matty Ice Matt Olson makes the snag. Bryce Harper is doubled up. That is outs number 2 and 3, and the Atlanta Braves win game 2. We are level at 1 game apiece, heading back to Philly, and now I feel pretty good. Not great, because you got to win 1 out of 2 at Philly, and that ain't easy to do. But, hey, Philly just came to Truist and won 1 out of 2, and those were both nighttime primetime games. It's going to be nighttime primetime games in Philly, too. I don't feel great, but I feel a little better. I can breathe. Postseason baseball's the best. It's the best. It is the best postseason. I stand on that. Because you live and die on every out through multiple games. Existentialism reigned supreme in the Casa de Love last night. It was a full-on panic attack from me last night. Definitely go look. Do not go look through my timeline on Twitter, because it was just trash, meme, trash, meme, trash. That was fun. It was fun. I feel like that's one of those games where it's fun, specifically if it's not your team, right? Last Friday night, the Burns Rebels were on the road at Boiling Springs. Double overtime thriller. Came down to the very last play of the second overtime. And Burns wins. Defensive knockdown by Kamarius Bomar. The Rebels win. And I said on the radio, I said, this is one of those games that if you're a neutral play-by-play guy or a neutral fan, you live for. Those types of games that get you invested and involved, even if it's not your team playing. But those are the types of games that if you are a fan, like, I'm pretty sure my heart rate just came down. Like, I think I woke up this morning with a resting heart rate of like $165. The game was ludicrous. Anyway, Braves back in this series 1-1 after splitting at Truist starting Wednesday. They will head up to Philadelphia to take on the Phillies twice at Citizens Bank. And if they need it, they'll head back to Atlanta on Saturday for a decisive Game 5. And just in case you needed it, ladies and gentlemen, just to kind of level you out a little bit, if you're a Braves fan, to try to calm you down a little bit. If you're a Braves fan, would you look at the other NLDS score? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Arizona Diamondbacks are up 2-0 on the LA Dodgers in a series that began in LA. The Dodgers need to, they got to win 3 in a row. The Diamondbacks just got to get 1, and BT Dubs, the next 2 are in Arizona. So if you're a Braves fan, I feel like you're feeling a little better today. You woke up. I was going to say the sun is shining. It's not, because we work mornings now.
Yeah, it's far from shining.
We're like an hour and a half away from the sun being shining. But if you woke up this morning, it felt like the sun was shining. I woke up this morning. I got up out of bed 3:45 in the morning. Woke up, got out of bed. Big stretch. Walked into the bro cave, turned the lights on, but like had them way down dim, because the lady friend's still asleep, because obviously. Went in the bro cave, turned on the lights, sat down in the gaming chair. That's the first thing I do. I sit in the chair and I just like give myself a minute to come to life. So I reached over, I grabbed the old tablet of truth, make sure that what I did last night while I was watching the game and show prepping made sense. It did. There's our show prep right there. Very excited about the next 4 hours. And then I looked down at the old water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 items you have to know before you go start talking sports with your coworkers around the water cooler, which comes up at 7 a.m. every day. And I looked at item number 1, which all I had written down because I went to bed. I watched the end of that game in bed. I don't know why. I had to get back up out of bed. But item 1, it just says Braves result. And then I thought about the Braves result. And what a lovely start to the day. Didn't even need caffeine this morning.
By the way, don't go back and look at his X feed during the game either, because it was.
Don't do it.
It was
nothing but positivity.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Nothing but positivity and belief. That's all.
It's an honor to work with someone who's so honest.
I got to tell you, man, it was a beautiful night last night. The sun was shining at 9 p.m. I was just running around my house listening to Hulk Hogan's entrance music. It was just all positivity at the Casa de Rob last night. It's not like the fiance went to bed 45 minutes before I did because she was tired of my anger and pessimism. No. That's not what happened. Somebody make some noise, baby. The Atlanta Braves live to see another day. Let me tell you something, Philadelphia. You thought you were going to come into our house and disrespect us, brother. Well, you got no idea what's coming for you, Phillies. The Atlanta Braves just had the most prolific offense of all time, brother. And now they're awake, brother. You woke up a sleeping giant, brother. And now we're coming for you, Philadelphia. So, Phillies fans, what you gonna do, brother? When Marcel and Ronnie and Matt and Sean and Austin and Travis run wild on you, brother. My Hogan fell apart completely at the end there. Just completely fell apart.
I think you started thinking about, okay, I'm killing my voice, and
Gun promos are tough, man.
We got 3 hours and 45 minutes left. We might as well, stop right there.
All right.
It was well done for the time that was spent there.
It's a good start. It's a good start to the day, brother.
We could have went with that.
By God, Sean! Sorry. Hey, wait. By God, that's Austin Riley's music! Riley's the fourth man! Oh, incredible. Incredible night. All right. We got a lot to do, a lot to talk about. Texture says, my mood is, oh, man, we suck again. And, oh, bleep Kentucky, bleep Missouri, and bleep Texas A&M. We're starting off on a good day. I like it. All right. Lots of stuff.
Did they actually say bleep on their text?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. I'm just very good at censoring our lunatic listeners.
Did they also put fan in the front of it?
Yeah, they did.
Okay,
that was for us.
Well, I was just making sure that Tara, didn't go whoa. Yeah, she gets worse stuff than that.
All right, just making sure you're aware.
Yeah.
Coming up on the radio broadcast today, we got a lot of stuff to get into, ladies and gentlemen. As we mentioned just a minute ago, we are going to talk some baseball today on the show as your NLDS Game 2s went last night. The Dodgers dropped a back-to-backer with the Diamondbacks. They are now 0-2 in the hole and going to Arizona. The Braves, on the other hand, had one of the most ridiculous endings to a postseason game of all time, and they squared up with Philly 1-1, headed to Citizens Bank Park. Coming up in the next segment, it is time for the Carolina Panthers to make moves. It is time for the Carolina Panthers to start acquiring capital. And there's one player that none of you want to trade, but it's time to. And I'm going to tell you who that is coming up in just a little while. We also got to talk. I got to talk about the Atlanta Falcons later in the show because they got a shock win. 7 o'clock, your water cooler cheat sheet. 7:20 power ranking, the bottom 5 and the top 10 teams in the NFL. 7:40. I'm going to give you the best argument for every remaining undefeated team in college football to be included in the playoffs. At 8 o'clock, a big announcement from the Greenville Triumph and Liberty yesterday, and we'll talk about what impact it will have on Greenville, and we got to break down Monday Night Football at some point, too. I didn't watch it. I was busy. The Rob Brown Show continues next. Rob Alonzo and you. It is the Fan Upstate.
Not well.
All right, guys, quick live read, and then we're back. Don't go anywhere.
Got the thing figured out.
We're back on the stream. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. I looked it up. It only costs $42. From Fathead, you can do a stand-up of yourself.
Obviously.
I mean, so I don't think we could do one together, but we could each do one and put it right there. And
yes, please.
And no one can touch it. No, I'll stay here. I can wait.
No, I was just picking up the cap off my bottle.
And people aren't allowed to touch our stuff. So I'm just saying.
I'm 100% for it. You want to go halvesies on it? Well, I guess we both have to get one.
Yeah. Let's just figuring out what pose. I want my hair in full.
Oh, I'm going switchblade.
Well, that's what I looked up first.
Yeah.
See if you can buy one of those. That's who I wanted. But they don't have them for sale on AEW.
All right, what's up, guys and gals? Good morning, Miss Lisa and Zach. I never said it was over, Zach. I wouldn't dare say a thing like that. I don't know who you were listening to, but it very clearly was not me, sir. I would never. Need the Dodgers to win some games. Those 8-10 first pitch times aren't going to work on Thursday, brother. Yeah, no, I was very glad the Braves played the early game. Very glad. Because if I would have woke up this morning to find out that I missed that going to bed, I'd have been infuriated, without a doubt. Real American or Voodoo Child? Zach, it depends on the mood I'm in. I'm not going to lie, right? Going to depend. This morning, 100% Real American. But 90% of mornings, Voodoo Child.
Now we're going to find out if someone's listening, because if we come back tomorrow and there's something on that wall.
Good call. What are your thoughts on Boiling Springs after that, Rob? Improved? Yeah. I mean, listen, that team's got fight, dude. That team's got fight. I think they need a little help across the offensive line for sure. I think you need some size at running back because that kid Chim that you got out of the backfield is a heck of a mover and a cutter, but you go small back to small back. There's no power there. There's no power run. If you would have been able to power run in that game, I think you would have beat Burns. I think that's going to be your biggest issue. Yes, I did, Zach. Did you see the fathead Eli brought on Monday Night Football last night?
No.
He brought a Peyton Manning fathead, But the forehead, he made the forehead like genuinely an 8 head. It was Peyton Manning's head, and then like 4 of his foreheads. It was hysterical.
Did you see what Cody Decker tweeted?
I did not, but I will go look.
It's a picture of Scott Stapp singing.
I told you.
The Rangers have been listening to Creed in the clubhouse to get hyped for games.
I tweeted that last night. I was like, yo, World Series is over. Everybody else can go home.
According to pitcher Andrew Haney, it started when they were struggling in the second half of the season this year. He said he hopes that Creed is playing throughout the ballpark before their home games this week because it would fire the team up. The fans started singing along.
Whoa.
I don't think Creed does that song. I think Scott Stapp would struggle with adrenaline. Saying the word
There's
adrenaline.
nothing Scott.
Yeah, no.
Too many vowels.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it would be, you wouldn't be able to tell what it was. That's all I'm saying.
Adrenaline in my soul, something Cody Rhodes.
Digging the morning sounds on that thing.
Whoa!
That's been in your head all day.
It really has.
Wow.
I watched Raw this morning before we started. I had to get caught up.
Yeah, you're ahead of me. I just watched a little bit of it this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Rob Brown Show's on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown and the Great One with you on a beautiful Upstate Tuesday morning. Well, I'm assuming it's going to be beautiful. I can't see a damn thing outside right now. It's dark. It's nighttime still. But happy morning to all of you. Let us actually talk some sports here for just a second, because I promise you later in the show it's going to get weird. You know why? We are going to talk about Creed. We're going to talk about Creed. And I can't wait. It's going to be a good time. So I figure like we got to get the actual sports stuff in here so that we can talk about Creed later, like the responsible show
you know,
that we are.
What if we talked about Creed?
We're going to. You're going to find out. What if I talk about Creed? But I do think we need to talk about some other stuff here. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you in the Carolina Panther Nation, I'm going to say something. It's going to upset you.
Nope.
It's going to bother you.
Nope.
It's going to bug
Nope.
you. It's going to get stuck in
Nope.
your craw. You're going to
Nope.
hate it.
Don't you do it, Rob Brown. Don't you say his name.
You got to trade Brian Burns, dude. You got to do it.
There it is.
You got to trade Brian Burns, and you got to do it sooner rather than later. All right? You got to do it now. And you got to do it now because of 2 reasons. Number one, and this might shock you, you're not very good. It's a sad truth.
Wait, what?
You're not very good. I don't like it. You don't like it. It sucks that you suck. It's bad. Now, I've told you, don't panic. Don't panic. There's no need to panic. There's no reason to panic. Because this year is, as I've said many times, about growth, about development. You don't like to hear it? That's fine. It doesn't make it untrue. This year was never a playoff year for you. Yes, I know you're in a bad NFC South. You still weren't there yet. If you looked at this roster, as I said last week, and you thought, hey, we're a playoff team, that's kind of on you. That's kind of on you, right? That's kind of on you for buying something that was getting sold to you without actually checking it out. But that's fine. Let's put that aside and let's just focus on what we're talking about right now. Frank Reich himself, after the game against Detroit, Frank Reich himself said Brian Burns deserves better. Now, I don't particularly care about that, all right? I don't care about what Brian Burns deserves or doesn't deserve. I don't care about, he should be in the mix for this or that or whatever. I don't believe any of that. I don't care about any of that. I care about one thing and one thing alone, making this franchise a better franchise. What is right now, aside from your offense, At the end of this year, let's put it that way, what is the number one problem that the Carolina Panthers have right now? A lack of capital. A lack of ability to make moves in the offseason, right? This is what everybody's been hitting me with.
Yeah, but hold on. Do we trust them to make moves since Tepper's taken over? Before that, whether you like Richardson or not, I get why you wouldn't, but still, he made good moves. He had guys there to make good moves. I mean, Kuechly coming there, Cam coming there at the top. There's a lot of good moves. Since Tepper's been there, what's the best move he's made?
Brian Burns.
No, I don't think he made that move, did he? I'm pretty sure Brian Burns was there when he took the team over. It just so you're trusting him. You're trusting those guys to make a good move.
What's your other option?
Burns.
Keep Brian Burns and go 0-17, and yay, at least we had Brian Burns.
Well, the last move they made cost them a number 1 draft pick for a quarterback that might work out in the future, but is not working out now.
You rolled the dice. That's the NFL. You rolled the dice, right? You have to take shots.
Some people may not get this, but they've been rolling ones.
Maybe, but you still got to roll the dice. So you can take Brian Burns and you can keep him on this roster and accomplish nothing, knowing that, let's say Carolina ends this year, I don't know, let's be optimistic, 5-12. Let's be optimistic and say 5-12.
Wow.
Let's say BY at the end of the year, let's say we get to week 12, 13, and all of a sudden it clicks. All of a sudden it breaks out. All of a sudden something happens and Carolina runs off 2, 3, 4, 5 victories down the stretch to end the season, right? And you look and you go, okay, we got something. I'm being optimistic here. You look and you go, okay, we got something cooking, right? BY's kind of figured it out. The more he figures it out, the more the offense opens up. The more the offense opens up, the longer they have the ball and they're on the field. The longer they have the ball and they're on the field, the less the defense is. The less the defense is on the field, the more rest they're getting on the sideline. The more rest they're getting on the sideline, the more stamina they have in the game, and the more they're able to stop other teams from putting up, 42 on them, right? But here's the thing. You're watching Brian Burns do something that we've never seen him do before. You're watching him start to melt down on the field, right? And I'm not just talking about from exhaustion. I'm not just talking about stamina-wise. You're watching him melt down on other players too. There was a neutral zone infraction. There was a neutral zone infraction against Nick Thurman that gave Detroit a free first down at a spot where they were already racking him up. And Brian Burns lost his mind. And for the record, I get it. It is wildly frustrating to be out there anywhere in any job trying to do a good job, to have a coworker do something stupid that sets you back 5 or 10, whether it's minutes or dollars or hours or weeks or whatever. It's very frustrating. But Brian Burns has been here for a minute. We haven't really seen that side of him until this past Sunday. He's over it, my dude. He's over it. So, you've got one hope right now. That is to stock capital for the future. Now, I'll tell you this. If you do this, if you trade Brian Burns and you start stocking up capital and you start putting together whatever resources you want, whether it's players or draft picks, I prefer the latter. Whether it's players or draft picks, and you start to put those together, if you get to the offseason and you come into 2024 with a bad roster, yeah, I will join you all on the protest out front of Panther Place to get Fitterer out of there. I will 100% join you in that protest if that's what happens. But I think that Frank Reich said earlier this week, what did he say? This is not a rebuilding year. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yes, it is, Frank.
Well, what he meant was management doesn't consider this a rebuilding year, and if you don't win, you might be a one-year coach.
Frank Reich will 100% not be a one-year coach. I don't care if you go 0-17. He will not be a one-year coach because
No one's ever went 0-17.
No one's ever gone 0-17. I am aware. He's still not going to be a one-and-done coach because this is a rebuild. It's not just a rebuild. It's a rebuild centered on and around a guy that, whether you like it or not, is being considered your future franchise quarterback.
He's still short. Tron says on the stream, they better trade him before he walks, and they get nothing for it. Here's the thing, though. They had opportunities last year to do this. They had offers, and they didn't do it. So why do it this year when you didn't do it last year when you probably could have gotten more? Because now there's a look of even more desperation when you are a team that hasn't won a game yet.
You do it now because there was good, bad, ugly, indifferent, right or wrong. There was hope last year. And if this year was going to be different.
If you're someone going, what you want to trade me there? They ain't won a game. I retire.
First off, if Brian Burns gets traded, he's going to a Super Bowl team.
No. I mean, good for Brian Burns. I'm talking about what you get in return. Will it just be draft picks?
Yep. That's
okay.
What I would go
All
for.
Right.
That's what I would go for. I'd go for like a first, a second, and a fourth, a first, a second, and a fifth. 100%. I'd be looking to get my first round draft pick back. Now, the bad news is you're going to end up with a draft pick that's somewhere in the back half, right? Because the teams that are going to make a trade for Brian Burns are who? Super Bowl contenders, right? The Chiefs are going to look at a Brian Burns. Eagles are going to look at a Brian Burns. Could you imagine Brian Burns getting traded to play next to Hassan Reddick? Oh, that would be painful for Panther fans. Point is, Super Bowl contenders are going to look to get in there, which means if you're going to get in, you probably would, a first-round pick back for that guy. It's going to be at the back end of the first round, but a back-end first-round pick is better than no first-round pick at all. Make the move now because your offense is undermanned. Your defense is being exhausted right now. It's not going to matter this year. Burns is bigger than Carolina at this point, and you will gain. Here's my question. You say, no, Rob, don't trade him. He's too valuable. Valuable for what? Valuable for what? What's the value to Brian Burns? Instead of losing by 50, you lose by 42-24? What's the value there? There is none. Here's the reality. It is uncomfortable, but it is true. Wins don't matter to you the rest of the season. 0-17 ends you the exact same way as 12-5. It doesn't matter anymore. You're not going to the playoffs at this point, right? So by keeping Brian Burns around, you've done what? Nothing. Now, I know that there are some people who don't love this. Diesel and I were talking about this Sunday. The discussion that we were having on Sunday was Diesel going, well, you got to win to keep fans in the stands. Yo, the fans that are going to bail on this team, they've already bailed, dude. They're already gone. They're not showing up for this team anymore.
Unfortunately, there are fans in the stands, but they're from the other team.
Sure. It sucks, but it doesn't matter anymore. If you were going to bail from this team, you already gone, bro. Those fans aren't there anymore. The fans that are still there, the Rashad Beards of the world, those are the fans that own PSLs. They're not going anywhere unless you do this again next year, but obviously you're trying to fix that. So go get you a first and another second and maybe a fourth. Take some money off the payroll so that you open up the cap a little bit next year. And when you go into the offseason, now you have more resources to figure out what needs can we address. We couldn't figure out exactly why it was the Carolina Panthers just would not give Brian Burns a contract extension this year. I think we know now. I don't think it was about money. I don't think it was about Brian wants X and we don't want to pay him X. We only want to pay him X minus. I think it was 100% about Scott Fitterer going, hey, if we stink, if we're not good this year, which we might not be, but if we don't perform this year, if we stack L on L on L this year, we're going to need resources. Brian Burns is at this point a tradable commodity. He is a resource because a team like a San Francisco, a team like a Philadelphia, a team like a Kansas City, they might be willing to throw 2 or 3 high round draft picks for 1 year. Because if you're in that window, those windows can be very short. They might be willing to ship us a bunch of stuff to get Brian Burns for a 1-year window. And if they are, that can help us long term even if he goes there with 1 year, a 1-year rental, whatever. They get their run at a Super Bowl with some help. We get to stock up on capital we don't currently have at this point. It is what it is. Let's take a break. Your thoughts, Carolina Panther fans. I think you got to move on from Brian Burns. I think you got to move on from Brian Burns. I think Agent Zero is more valuable as draft picks than he is as a defender at this point. Yes or no? 844-326-3663. Text us on the MadWorldAttractions.com text line 71307. Start that text with FAN, F-A-N. We'll read it on the air. Give me your thoughts. We're back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Well, if he's going to go anywhere, I hope he goes to Kansas City.
I think it'd be a good fit there. I think it'd be a good fit in Buffalo.
He's going to be a good fit anywhere he goes. Yeah, I don't think that'll happen either, Zach. That's too much. I mean, he might be worth that, but no one's going to give it. Zach, as for your earlier question about what I'm watching NXT or AEW tonight, well, I'm recording both of them, but I'm watching NXT because AEW is starting out with Eddie Kingston, and that's just not, no. That's your starting match. Yeah, you're not getting me. But I don't go with things that are popular like other people, like rooting for a guy who's has a water balloon on his front side for his belly.
Me and Kevin Owens?
No, his belly's solid. There ain't nothing but beer or something in the front of Eddie Kingston's. It's just it's gross, man. It looks alien like.
Thanks, Mr. Announcer Guy. 844-326-3663 is the
Rob.
number.
Hey, Rob.
Hi, Lonzo.
We were just acknowledged. We were.
One's to the sky, baby.
Yeah.
Texter said, fan, unfortunately, you are right. As a fan, this is brutal. Yeah, no, it is. At this point, I'm like almost offended at Frank Wright going, oh, this isn't a rebuild. Yesterday, he said that he's been having, quote, uncomfortable meetings, end quote, with David Tepper about the direction of the team.
Yeah. So like I was saying, one and done. I mean, what other uncomfortable meetings would you be having? That's why you don't say this is rebuild. You say, hey man, my job's on the line. 0-17. I don't think he survives that.
This team's not going 0-17. They're gonna win a game. All right.
I was just looking at the schedule and you tell me where there's a win.
They can still beat the Saints.
They
should have beat the Saints the first time around.
Can they?
Yes, they can.
Saints are starting to believe.
They played the Patriots. All right. I'm a Saints fan. I'll be the first one to tell you when we look good. They played the Patriots. That's nothing. They can beat Houston.
Can they?
Yeah, Atlanta just beat Houston.
Well, that's going to be a showdown showcase or a showcase showdown, however you want to look at it. I guess the latter fits better.
They can beat Green Bay.
Well, you might be right.
They can beat Tennessee. There are winnable games. Not a lot, but there are winnable games on the schedule.
They can't beat Tennessee.
Yes, they can. Tennessee's had multiple games. They put up 3 and 6.
Nah, they can't beat Tennessee.
If you're going to stop Tennessee, you stop Derrick Henry. And right now, stopping the run game is one of the few things Carolina can do.
I am not sold on the Panthers defense. I know I've been told all this stuff.
Yeah, well, when they're on the field 42 freaking minutes a game, yeah, of course not. Limit the turnovers. Let the defense actually hit the oxygen machine for a second, and they might have a chance.
That was a nice recovery.
Yes, kind of fell apart there mid-sentence. I got there. Just let them relax. Yes, they are a dumpster fire. I'm not going to agree with it or disagree with the texter who just said Carolina's a dumpster fire. They really could go 0-17. I'm not saying they can't. I'm saying I don't think they will. But here's the thing. I appreciate Frank Reich trying to calm the fan base by saying, oh, this isn't a rebuild. Yes, it is. You're 0-4. It's a rebuild. You were the last winless team in the National Football League. You are in a reset right now. That it's not a question. That's a statement of fact at this point, right? You are in a reset, and I appreciate you trying to calm the fan base. But here's the reality. This is not because Frank Reich and Scott Fitter and David Tepper don't know they're in a rebuild right now. They do. This is the fact that, as Lonzo has pointed out a few times, you're getting back to that point where you've got home games that aren't home games. I was at the Saints-Panthers game, Monday Night Football, a few weeks ago. I was at that game. I was at that game, at the end of that game, where the hoot-at was louder than anything Carolina was trying to pump over the speakers to cover it up, right? Yes, it's rough. They're saying it's not a rebuild, not because it's not a rebuild. They're saying it's not a rebuild so that they can try to get the Rashad Beards of the world to keep coming to games. Because right now, they're not. Or they're thinking about not. And I get that. But I think at some point, you've got to acknowledge the truth. The truth is, no, this team's not very good right now. But the truth is, right now, you shouldn't be surprised by it. I understand that a lot of you are panicking about Bryce Young. I get it. I told you preseason, don't set the expectations very high. If you did, it's on you. Don't tell me nobody warned you, because I did. The expectations for him aren't high because expectations should be high only for quarterbacks who rely on raw physical talent to win. C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson. These are quarterbacks that rely on being physical to open up the play field for them. That's not Bryce Young's game. Never has been. I would also make the argument that it is not necessarily the best style of quarterbacking either. I would make the argument I would rather have a quarterback with a high accuracy rate, of which, by the way, no one is a higher accuracy rate than BY right now. I would also make it that I want a player.
You know what I'd rather have?
Mistakes.
I'd rather have wins, Rob. I mean,
wins don't matter anymore.
Yeah,
they do not matter right now.
Okay, whatever, dude. I mean, wins always matter. The wins are the most important thing.
For what? You gonna go to the playoffs this year?
For life, wins are more important.
I appreciate the ideal world you live in. I wish I was there with you. I can't be. I can't. Wins are not
you
the
have
only
been
thing.
there with me. Should I point out the 2 trophies? Did you enjoy winning?
Great wins.
Yes.
Great wins.
You know why? Because winning is good. The opposite of winning, not good.
I would also say that the second win was a win inspired and driven by the year in the middle where we did not win. Did we not get better as a show the year we didn't win? Because I think we did.
Well, if you're not improving every day, then you're not winning.
That's not a win, Lonzo. That's improving.
You know what the Panthers are not doing? They're not improving, which is why they can't win.
I disagree with that entirely. I think I know that it kills you in a 42-24 game. Keep in mind, you went up against the Detroit team that is very good. And you put 24 on the board. You put up more points. Bryce Young had more touchdowns. He had more completions.
You don't consider that garbage points. I consider it garbage points. Detroit had backed off at the end of that game. They did.
I don't think they did.
I do.
I think Detroit in that game would have been happy to get to 50. But again, let's say that's the case. Let's say they backed off. Detroit backing off is still as good as the bottom half of the league going full tilt. And you went out there and garbage. Let's say it's garbage time. Let's say I agree with you for the sake of discussion. Detroit's defense in garbage time is still as good as about 12 other NFL defenses playing their best ball. And you dump 3 touchdowns on them. Listen.
I am normally on the island. You are on the island here. You're the only one saying the stuff that you're saying. And no one else, I don't believe anyone else is buying
Fine,
it.
if you all want to put your hands on your hips and go, we're not winning right now, and not acknowledge that you are getting better, and that's what this year is about. 0-17 gives you the exact same results as 10-7 does this year. Meaningless.
0-17, and you know, a lot of people live in paycheck to paycheck. They love the team. They go, you know what? I can't put that kind of money towards going to see a team that's not putting the effort into winning. And so it's going to cost the team, period. So if they were wanting to move it, this is the way to do it. This is the way to move the team somewhere else.
Lonzo, if the Braves get bumped out of the divisional round by the Phillies, let's say they lose both in Philly and they're gone, are you going to declare this a successful year for the Braves?
Did they win the World Series?
No.
Then they're losers. There can be only one winner.
There can be only one winner. I agree with you. There can only be one division winner in the NFC South. There can only be one NFC winner. There can only be one Super Bowl winner. I agree with all of that. And you have reached the point in the season where I would think it's fair to say none of those are going to be won by the Panthers, are they?
So you're saying fire sale.
Are any of them going to be?
So you're saying fire sale.
I'm asking you one simple question. Will the Panthers win the division, the conference, or the Super Bowl?
All right, let's go back.
Yes
let's
or
go.
no?
No.
Yes,
I'm going to use a Rob Brown analogy, except this one's good. Let's go back to last week when you were talking about how Clemson could still win the ACC. Panthers could still win the NFC South.
Will they?
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not a soothsayer. I'm not a fortune teller. I'm not Miss Cleo. I can't look into the future. I'm not those California psychic commercials that we keep hearing. I can't see into the future.
Okay. I can. That's why I'm a gambler. Carolina Panthers are not going to win this division. Okay. They're not. Tampa Baker Mayfield is better. And as of today, although it may change, the Saints are better. Today, that could change. Right? They played the Patriots. I'm not blown away like everybody else, but they're better. You're not going to win the division. You're certainly not going to win the NFC. And you're certainly not going to win the Super Bowl. And if that is the only thing that matters.
Then yesterday you said the Braves were done. That's all I'm saying.
Is it more important to struggle for wins this year? Let's go with Andy Dalton because he gives us the better chance to win. Is it more important to win this year and fight to be 500 or to start using this year to prepare for 2024, a season in which you will have a chance to win the division?
If you were a coach that knew that they would have a second season, you should try to rebuild. But this coach does not have that promise. You talked about like 5-10 minutes ago about how he was having meetings. And if you're having meetings already about how to fix the team, that means management's not happy with your approach and he won't be. If they go, I'm not even sure he makes it through the entire season.
There is a 0.00% chance Frank Reich is fired in this season. 0.0%. He's not out there kicking kickers. All right. He's not out there chatting up not his wife at bars and fondling them.
Did Urban Meyer win some games in Jacksonville? I can't remember.
One?
Yeah, which is a whole lot more than what's going on in the Panthers right now.
We are, what is it, 4 games into a rebuild? 5 games into a rebuild, wherever we are? Into a rebuild. Again, you set the expectations higher than that, it's on you.
Frank said it's not a rebuild. Yeah, I don't care. Frank said it's not a rebuild. I know.
Cool.
That counts.
He lied.
Okay.
And so did Fitterer. So did Tepper. Now, this is why I've said a number of times, if you want to be mad at somebody, I'm 100% in your corner. If you want to be mad at somebody and yell and scream and hoot and holler, I got your back. Fitterer is the guy to do it. Fitterer's the guy to be mad at, not Frank Reich, because that dude got. Now, if you want to say Frank Reich's a bad coach, I'm okay, cool. Like, prove it to me, but okay, cool. If you want to scream at Fitterer for selling you on this season not being a rebuild, this season not being a blown season, that this roster was a quarterback away. That's what he said. We believe this roster is a quarterback away. Well, they weren't. They weren't. I told you that before we knew who the quarterback was. Wouldn't have mattered if they went Stroud, Richardson, or Young. This team was not a quarterback away. And again, I would argue, even if you picked Stroud or Richardson, like, all right, let's say you have 2 wins at this point, like Richardson does, or 2 wins right now, like Stroud does. So friggin' what? So what? Congrats. I don't know who those 2 wins would have been. Let's say you beat New Orleans. All right, like maybe you're still a long shot in the division at this point, as opposed to basically already eliminated. Cool. But it's not a dramatic change from where you're at, because the rest of the roster needs a rebuild, which is why, to circle back to where this started, I am trading Brian Burns today to a contender to get a first, second, and a fourth, or a first, third, and a fourth, or whatever I can get for him, to move forward with 3 new players moving forward. And you just hope that Fitter doesn't screw this draft up like he has done the last few. That's where this comes from for me. Texas said, Rob, you said all preseason that Carolina had a chance to win the division because it was a wide open season. Now we got to use this season and the next preseason to be ready again. I said you had a chance to win the division because the division sucks. I also said,
does
Texter,
it still suck?
It ain't great.
Okay.
Tampa looks better than we thought, and New Orleans is kind of on a tipping point right now. But I also said, Texter, that it doesn't matter who wins this division, because no matter who it is, the NFC South champion is not winning a playoff game. You're just not. Like, maybe you'll catch a wild card, but even still, who's your wild card teams right now? Seattle, Los Angeles, all these teams are likely going to beat whoever. All right, we'll talk more about this later on in the show. Lonzo's got a sports flash for us to get you caught up on the most important stories in sports. And then hour number 2 is around. Y'all got me all flustered, man. All flustered. Hour number 2 is around the corner. Lonzo, wow us with your sports knowledge.
One thing I'm going to try to be as positive. Yesterday in the NDLS, the Atlanta Braves, even the series with the Phillies at 1 game apiece with a 5-4 victory. The series resumes Wednesday in Philadelphia. The LA Dodgers have ruined home field advantage, giving both games at home away to the Diamondbacks after a 4-2 defeat last night. Also last night on Monday Night Football, the Green Bay Packers suffered their second straight defeat in a 17-13 loss to the Las Vegas Raiders. Jordan Love was intercepted 3 times, while Jimmy Garoppolo went 22 for 31 for 208 yards with 1 touchdown and 1 interception. We are your home for Furman Paladins football and basketball. Tune in Saturday as Furman takes on Sanford starting at 11:30 right here on The Fan Upstate. The Rob Brown Show continues in a calm manner next. some people are just so grouchy in the morning. Yeah, CJ Stroud, even though they lost last week, they had a shot to win that game too. It wouldn't shock me if they compete for the division. I know what it is now. I finally figured it out. It's the no energy drinks. You just want to fight, man. You can't handle not. It's the lack of caffeine is making you angry. Has nothing to do with lack of sleep and all that, because we wanted this, so we're happy we're here.
I am in a great mood. I have been in a great mood for a week and a half.
Okay, all right.
I have yet to have a bad day since we moved here.
Just not sure cold turkey is the way to go, man. I think you gotta.
You just saw that too.
you have to know. No, but you have to. I didn't see anything.
I thought. Oh, you mean the energy drinks?
Yeah, I think you moderately bring yourself back. From 3 down to 2, from 2 down to 1, and then go 0.
I brought one today. I just haven't opened it. I laugh because we have a.
I don't have the text line though.
No. It's an email. I laugh because we coincidentally, after our conversation from yesterday, have a sandwich shop bringing in sandwiches, catering.
Yeah, I saw that.
Right?
Yeah.
And one of the hosts from another morning show sent in legitimately a menu request, like a personalized order. This is the sandwich.
I saw that.
How I would like it made.
I saw that.
I love that. Do you think they're taking orders? They're just bringing a bunch of sandwiches, bro.
He'll get what he asked for. Apparently, I can't math this morning.
Good commercial. Good commercial.
I'm a award-winning producer. I don't know if you knew that or not.
All right, I'm going to come back. Zach, don't go anywhere because I'm going to come back to this. I got to do the water cooler cheat sheet here, and then I'll come back to that. Touchdown show rolls on, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Fan Upstate. How do you do? Upstate South Carolina. Hello, America. What up, world? How's everybody? Great to have you guys along for the ride on a soon-to-be beautiful morning across upstate South Carolina. Talked a lot of Carolina Panthers back in the last hour. I'll come back to that later on in the show because I found a very interesting set of numbers about Bryce Young that I would like to get into.
There's no graph, is there?
I'd say it's...
he's looking for a graph. Oh, no.
I'd say it's chart. That's chart, right?
Oh, there is a chart.
There's a chart.
Where in the world are you finding these things?
I'm good at what I do.
Yeah, I'm going to complain to those websites.
I like charts.
I need to talk.
I like graphs.
I need to talk to their manager.
We'll come to that in just a little while. Later on in the show, we'll talk some NFL. Actually, next segment, we'll talk some NFL. I'll run you through what I believe are the bottom 5 and the top 10 teams in the National Football League in our NFL Power Rankings. Coming up at 8 o'clock, big announcement about 2 different sporting venues across the upstate of South Carolina. So stay tuned for that, because I think that's an interesting conversation that goes a little bit beyond sports. I got all your text on the MadWorldAttractions.com text line at 71307. Start that text with FAN, F-A-M. We'll read them on the air, and I'll respond to those coming up here in just a minute from right now as well. But let's get this hour started off the way we always start off the 7 o'clock hour. Let's get this hour started with your water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 things you have to know before you go start talking sports with your coworkers on your first break of the day. These are the 3 things you'll all, I think, maybe, possibly, potentially be talking about. Item number 1. We have already talked about it to some degree, and I got to tell you, I don't mind talking about it just a little bit more. The National League Divisional Series had both games underway. The Dodgers last night were playing host to the Arizona Diamondbacks, and the Diamondbacks find themselves up 2-0 on the road against the Dodgers with a 4-2 win last night. Zach Gallen was credited with victory number 2 of his postseason. 5.1 inning pitched. He gave up 5 hits. He had 4 Ks, 2 walks, and 2 earned runs. After that, went through the rotation, did the Diamondbacks. Over on the flip side, Bobby Miller got the start for the Dodgers. Clayton Kershaw got shellacked back in game 1. Gave up 5 runs before the Dodgers recorded their first outs of the game. Things for Bobby Miller didn't go much more smoothly. He got through only 1.2 innings pitched and gave up 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 walks, and just 1 strikeout before he was removed from the game. The L was attached to him. And a big problem for the Dodgers, they then had to run through most of their bullpen to get through and out of that game. 6 total hits on the night. JD Martinez had 2 of them for the Dodgers. A lot of zeros in that hit column for the team out of LA last night. 8 hits recorded for the Diamondbacks last night, including Corbin Carroll, who got on base in his very first AB out of the leadoff spot. He also got walked 3 times in that game. Good eye from the dish for the rookie. The Diamondbacks find themselves up 2-0 and taking the series back to Arizona. But of course, the game that we are going to focus on is the game that brought the Atlanta Braves back to life last night. I'm not just talking about in the series where they are now square with Philadelphia, 1 game apiece. I am also talking about the fact that it took a little while. It took a long while. The Braves went, I believe, 15 innings without scoring a run, and then the bats came alive. Austin Riley went yard last night and ended up with a pair of RBIs. That was all the Braves needed. They put 2 on the board in the 7th. They put 2 on the board in the 8th, and then in the top of the 9th, Philly trailing by 1. Bryce Harper gets aboard. He's on first base after a walk. Nick Castellanos comes to the dish. There is one out. Castellanos sends one to deep right center field. Money Mike, Michael Harris II, chases it down. Covers about 90 feet while the bar is in the air. Snags it at the wall. But Bryce Harper made an oopsies. Bryce Harper took off. He thought that ball was going to land somewhere. Bryce was halfway to third base when Money Mike brought the ball down. He reversed course. He sprinted back to first. Money Mike lasered the ball into the infield. It went off the glove of Albies. It ended up in the glove of who was it that grabbed it? Orlando Arcia. I'm such an idiot. Arcia picks it up off the grass, fires it to Matt Olson at first, and beats Bryce Harper back to the bag. They doubled off B-Harp, and the Braves win 5-4 late. The series is now tied up at 1 apiece and headed back to Philadelphia. If the Braves can take one of two, they will force a decisive Game 5 back at Truist Park on Saturday. Item number 2 on your water cooler cheat sheet. I like this story. I'm interested in this story. I think you guys might be, but we'll see. We know that the Olympics are scheduled to take place in Paris next year. The year after that, well, not the year after that, 4 years after that, those same Olympic Games will bring themselves back to America. Los Angeles is the site of the 2028 Olympics. Now, that in and of itself, for me, is fun. I've been close to an Olympic Games before, as I once flew through Atlanta in 96 when the Atlanta Games were going on, but I didn't get to go to any. I know that by the time we hit 2028, Lonzo and I going to be multi-billionaires based on this show, all right? So I'll be able to travel to LA and go to the games. I like that. What I love is that there might be a uniquely American aspect to these games. Why? Because the International Olympic Committee, the committee that is in charge of deciding which games, which events will be taking place during the Olympics, is having some conversations right now. They are considering what games and what events and athletic competitions will be added to and removed from the Olympic lineup in 2028 when those Olympics head to Los Angeles. And they've got a list of events that could be added. On that, 3 that I would say are very much American-based. Baseball may make its Olympic return in 2028. Flag football could be added in 2028. A game that has been growing exponentially in popularity across the states could make its Olympic debut in said United States. And lacrosse. Now, I'm going to be real honest with you. I'm not a lacrosse guy. I've tried. I've gone to matches. I've had friends of mine that play, try to explain it to me. It is a sport I just don't get. I'm not against it. If you like lacrosse, more power to you. I watch like 6 hours of pro wrestling a week. I'm in no position to judge.
All right. Out of the 3, I'd be most interested in lacrosse.
I don't get it. I don't.
Do you watch water polo in the Olympics?
No.
You don't? Okay.
No.
All right.
I mean, I'll watch it because it's just like lacrosse, like any other sport. The Olympics are the one time. There is a host of sports that I don't know a damn thing about, but I watch them. If you've listened to this show during the Olympics, you know that during the Olympics, for instance, in the Winter Olympics, I have become a curling wizard. All right? I got so into curling through the Olympics that Lonzo and I went curling about a year and a half ago, and I was good at it.
I wonder if you're going to remember that I was actually there with you.
Yes.
There was a whole lot of eye going on.
Yes.
We both were there.
There are sports.
I got called a Muppet. I'll never forget that.
There are sports that I only watch through and because of the Olympics. And when lacrosse comes on in 2028,
well, why not
give it another shot?
Why not add pickleball? I mean, that's the sport that's sweeping the world, or at least this nation. Add pickleball. I mean, I'd be more interested in that than baseball, because who are we sending in baseball? Japan's going to win the whole thing.
They might. They won the WBC, but who did they beat in the finals? The United States of America. And what did it take for them to win the finals? The greatest baseball player in history, Shohei Ohtani. That's what it took them to beat us, right? I like baseball back in the Olympics because baseball has accelerated towards the top of what I would consider internationally loved
If you're going to add baseball, you need to add softball back.
Yes, 100%. Could not agree more. Add them both. Baseball and softball should be back because I think baseball and softball have rapidly become two of the most internationally beloved sports of all time at this point, right? You look at that World Baseball Classic this past off season was the best thing that's happened to baseball in years. It was incredible. That Trout-Ohtani showdown in the WBC finals, I don't know about y'all. Edge of my seat, dude. Like, it was amazing. Give me that every 4 years. Actually, give me that every 2 years. Alternate it with the WBC every 2 years. And let's just have baseball every 2 years be on the international stage. I love this story. Zach said, trash. America embarrassing itself with that trash. Don't nobody want no flag football, the real deal or nothing. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it could be fun. How fun would it be to do flag football, but we send Devontae, and we send Baker Mayfield, and we send, I don't know, Jonathan Taylor, right? Like, let's have them play flag football, but be the superheroes. I think it'd be great. It'd be phenomenal. All right, item number 3 on your water cooler cheat sheet. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a national holiday, and to those that celebrate as I do, I would like to wish you the happiest of National Hockey League opening days. The NHL gets its season started tonight.
It sounds like more of a hockey crowd. Okay,
that's fair.
Yeah, I'm not booing it.
I accept that.
That's as closest to a hockey crowd that I have.
accept that. It is opening day in the National Hockey League, a triple header coming your way this evening with back-to-back games on the 4-letter. We will open it up at 5:30 this evening when the Nashville Predators are on the road down in Florida, taking on the Lightning of Tampa Bay. Then immediately at the conclusion of that game at 8:00, the Chicago Blackhawks are on the road at the Pittsburgh Penguins. And then we wrap it up tonight. Y'all wrap it up tonight because I will not be awake when the Seattle Kraken are on the road at the Vegas Golden Knights. And keep in mind, Vegas, your reigning, defending, undisputed Stanley Cup champions, will be hoisting the cup and their banner this evening in celebration. Nashville at Tampa, 5:30. Chicago at Pittsburgh, 8:00. Seattle at Vegas at 10:30. To those of you like me who celebrate, happy NHL opening day. And to those of you that are wondering, the Carolina Hurricanes get their season started at tomorrow evening. Ottawa will be on the road playing in Raleigh tomorrow night at 7 p.m. on ESPN +. Yes, please. Yes, please. Give me my hockey back. Let's go.
Do you feel him, sir?
I do. Yes, indeed. All right, let's run to a break. Coming up in the next segment of the show, ladies and gentlemen, NFL Power Rankings. We are going to take a look at what I believe to be the worst 5 and the best 10 NFL teams in the game. I'll tell you why I have them ranked where they are, and then you will tell me what I got right and what I got wrong, and you will tell me that next. I am Rob Brown, the Great Malonzo, and the ones and twos. The Rob Brown Show rolls on, ladies and gentlemen, 6 to 10 every weekday right here on the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys, live read right here. Stay right there. We'll be right back. anesthesia. You don't have to go through surgery. There's no recovery process, physical therapy, steroids, yada, yada, yada. You go and you get the therapy. It jumpstarts your body's natural ability to regenerate that connective tissue.
So which one are you? You'll be what? No, will you be watching baseball or will you be watching wrestling?
Baseball. I mean, both, because I have multiple TVs, but baseball will go on the big screen.
Okay.
I'll have both shows on the streams on laptops. Baseball will get the big TV.
To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Good morning. So the question is, do I go down and get the free sub, even though I had another sub for later, and, take that sub that I had for later and move it till tomorrow and eat the sub from down? I mean, that's the way to go, I suppose.
I mean, it's a free sub.
Yeah. Have you sent in your special order? I mean, we may go down there and all that's left is just cheese.
Just a cheese sandwich.
Yeah. I mean,
just American cheese on bread. Question is, what mayo will they use? The correct one or any of the others?
Who cares? Who eats mayo anyway? Do you want mayo on something at 9:30 in the morning? I guess it's like eating eggs, I suppose.
If it's a sub, yes.
There is no correct condiment. Use what you like. Or join the cult. I mean, it's whatever you want to do. I don't know why you don't recognize the cult-like behavior when you're always talking about, is it Texas A&M or who do you call a cult? There's some school you call a cult. I forget which one.
Texas A&M.
Oh, so I was
You know
right.
why I call them a cult?
Because they're a cult.
Because they're a cult.
Yeah, and I'm only half joking about the Mayo cult because that look in people's eyes that you also have in your eyes, it's scary, dude. It's like, come on, man. This ain't real, is it?
I just want to point out that
If you want to fight over Mayo,
this is your show.
you need some therapy. That's all I'm saying.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate, ladies and gentlemen. Robin Lonzo with you. 844-326-3663. 844-326-3663. Text us on the MadWorldAttractions.com text line at 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N, and we will read them on the air. Let us get into, ladies and gentlemen, our NFL Power Rankings, my top 10, and maybe more importantly, our bottom 5 in the NFL Power Rankings. And I will start with the bottom 5. You don't have to like it.
You don't even have to say it. I think we know who's at the bottom.
Carolina Panthers. The Carolina Panthers are currently number 32, in my opinion. And listen,
it's the only winless team in the league. How could they not be last?
L's to the Falcons, Saints, Seahawks, Vikings, and Lions. They are the only W belonging to the Minnesota Vikings right now. A team that, honestly, I could think of teams that are lower ranked than them. Doesn't make it a good L. I'm just saying it's not as atrocious as people think it is because they are a one-win team. But I don't see how you could put anybody else in this spot. At number 31, I've got to have the 1-4 Denver Broncos, not because of the performance. I mean, a lot because of the performance. But
let's ride.
I got to go here because a team who has the inspiration to win a game like they did, who gets beat like they did by the Jets, and then has the head coach of the Jets look their head coach in the face and go, stay humble.
Stay humble.
And all that coach can do is shake his hand and walk off the field because what else is he going to do at that point? What's he going to tell him? Bleep you?
What should he have added at the end? Would brother have worked better? Stay humble.
No, I think you dropped the B bomb on him right there.
Or maybe it's punk.
I think you go full AEW on him right there in that spot. I got the Broncos at number 31. At number 30, give me the Chicago Bears, ladies and gentlemen. The Bears are now 1-4 after they beat down the Commanders 40-20. Anomalies happen in the NFL, folks. All right. Bad teams win games. Good teams lose games. That's all this was. All right. It's all it was. They lost to the Broncos. That's all I need to tell you.
They should have beat the Broncos. They found something in that game and they brought it forward in the next game and won that game. So we'll see what they do in the next game.
We will. They could be out of the bottom 5.
They could be.
Next Tuesday.
It could happen.
They absolutely could, but they're not there just yet. In number 29, fourth from the bottom, I got to go with the New England Patriots. It is not just that they are 1-4. It's how they're 1-4. Look, they opened the year looking better than we thought. 25-20 L to the Eagles, 24-17 loss to a Dolphins team that would go on the next week and hang 70 on the Broncos. But since then, it has been beyond atrocious. The Dallas Cowboys handed them a 38-3 loss. The Saints handed them a 34-0 shutout loss. 2 of Belichick's worst 3 losses in his career that spans back for 317 years came at the hands of the most recent 2 opponents. I got New England at number 29. And then
all right, it broke a little bit, but since we're talking football, the Vikings plan to place wide receiver Justin Jefferson on injured reserve because of a hamstring injury. By the way, Vikings play Chicago this week.
Oh,
so there's going to be a reshuffling of your bottom 5.
There is absolutely no need to rush Jefferson back to the huddle. There's no reason to rush that guy. Let him get 100%. the Kirk Cousins era may be coming to an end in Minnesota right now. There's no need to risk that guy going out there and blowing his hammy full unless he already did, which that would be reported. We haven't seen that. I assume it's a tweak, but there's no sense in bringing that guy back hurt. Let him sit for 2, 3, 4 weeks, get 100%, get right before you trot him back out there, because you're in the same spot Carolina is. It doesn't matter anymore. The Lions are winning that division. The Packers are ahead of you. Hell, you might be worse than the Bears.
Breaking news brought to you by
BetQL. Be a better, be smarter, beat the books with our friends at BetQL. And don't forget, baseball fans, as we are now in the postseason, Bet for the Cycle is taking you all the way through the postseason, my friends. That is correct. Cody Decker and I got you all the way through the World Series every Saturday from noon to 4 on the BetQL network.
I want to say the joy that is brought to me by the majority of your bottom 5, because all except for one, I mean, they're teams that I don't really care for. So I'm good with that.
Well, then I'll tell you number 28, which is the New York Football Giants. They are also 1-4. And it's not just that they are 1-4. It's that they're not even really competitive. They had a competitive game they won against the Cardinals back in week 2, but the Dolphins put up a 31 spot and could have done more. The Seahawks beat them 24-3. The Niners beat them 30-12 in a game they pulled off of as well. This Giants team it's just bad. There's a few other teams that I think get an honorable mention towards the bottom. I think Tennessee goes down there. How about the Bengals? What a disaster that's turned out to be for a team that was a Super Bowl favorite coming in. I think the Vikings are right there in that mix to be named. The Cardinals are 1-4. I mean, they at least showed some fight, but those are the teams I would say are towards the bottom. So let's get to our top 10, ladies and gentlemen, and I will start with number 10. They are 3-2, but a win over the Buffalo Bills in London that was preceded by a 23-7 demolition job on the Atlanta Falcons puts the Jacksonville Jaguars at number 10. I honestly think that they are going to be moving up as the season goes on. They got the Colts this weekend. They should win that. Then they're on the road at New Orleans. Jacksonville should win that game if we're being honest with each other. We'll find out. I think they're going to hover between like 7 and 13 for a lot of the year, but this team's pretty good. At number 9 in the Rob Brown Show Power Rankings, they are 3-1. They lead the division. They are on a bye until next Thursday, but I'm going with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They've got a win over the Saints that put them in sole possession of first place in the NFC South. They've got a win over the Vikings and the Bears. I do think this year is going to get tougher for Tampa Bay. You had an opener back-to-back against two of the worst teams in football in Minnesota and Chicago. The only real good team you've played so far is the Eagles. You blew out New Orleans, a team that not a lot of people have high hopes for the remainder of the ride, but the results are there without a doubt. So I got Tampa Bay in the 9 spot. In the 8 spot, they just got smoked, but the Dallas Cowboys still outside of that and a weird loss to Arizona look on paper like they should be one of the better teams in the NFL. They got a get-right game coming up against the Chargers on the 16th. They are on the road, though, and this is a good opportunity for the Cowboys to prove that it's not that we're bad. It's just that the 49ers are that good. We'll find out if that's the case. I don't believe in this offense at all. I do believe this defense is good enough to carry them through some stuff. At the number 7 spot, how about the 3-1 Seattle Seahawks? The Seahawks took an L in the opening week against a surprisingly better than we expected Rams team, but since then, they beat the Lions. They beat the Panthers. They beat the Giants. That is 1 real good win, 2 meh wins, but it is 3 consecutive wins. They are on the road at Cincinnati on the 15th of October. They can win that game. They can win that game. They can bump to 4-1. And as of right now, the Seahawks' biggest problem, they're in the division with the San Francisco 49ers. Number 6 on the list, I'm going to go with the Buffalo Bills. They are 3-2. They just took a loss on the road at London against the Jags. But I think, ladies and gentlemen, I think they were set up to fail. This team flew to London on Friday for a Sunday game. Explain that to me. Somebody, anybody.
All right. So they could have went there earlier.
Yes, I agree.
So they chose to go there.
I don't think Josh Allen set the itinerary.
Okay,
I don't think the team
all
set
right,
the
all
itinerary.
right.
I think management did. I think management
You
set them up
making
to fail.
excuses for the Bills?
I'm making an excuse for the players, but it is not excuse. It is reason. There is a reason. No one okay, rephrase that. If you're going to go to London and do a bunch of stuff, don't fly there a day before a game effectively and then expect to be at your best. You're not going to be. You're resetting your entire physical clock. It's not going to work. Also, by the way, the Jaguars are pretty good. So that was a tough spot to be in. They are back home.
And apparently they have smart management who said, you know what, we'll just stay here.
2 weeks.
I mean, we could go home and come back, but you know what? Let's just hang here.
The Jags were acclimated to London. The Bills weren't. We'll see if they get right against the Giants. I suspect they're going to hang about 45 on the Giants this weekend. Into our top 5 teams in the NFL, ladies and gentlemen. At number 5, I've got to put those Kansas City Chiefs. They are on top of the division at 4-1 right now. But as Lonzo has pointed out, there's not much this team loves more than winning close. They lost to the Lions by a point. They beat the Jags 17-9. They did pound the Bears, but the Bears are bad. They beat the Jets by 3. They beat the Vikings by 7. This team consistently wins one-score games that feel like they're never really in doubt, but they just never pull away. That's why they're down at number 5.
Yeah, the only time I'm nervous is when we get into the playoffs, and then I'm not completely nervous. I mean, it's weird. I should be nervous, but, this is what they do.
Interested to see what Travis Kelce looks like. He left that game with a leg injury on the turf, but he did come back and have a big play after that, but he did not look happy on the sideline in the process.
Natural grass, people. Come on.
Or was he just disappointed that Tay wasn't there?
Well, there might have been some consoling later. I don't know.
Good for him. Number 4, the Detroit Lions. 3 wins in a row for Detroit. They beat Kansas City out of the gate. The only L they've taken was a weird one to the Seahawks, but they have beaten half of the NFC South. They got a 14-point road win over their rival in the Green Bay Packers. Y'all, stop the presses. This Detroit team's pretty good.
But again, they beat the NFC South. So, but they beat the Chiefs too.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. I like this team. Miami checks in at the number 3 spot. The Dolphins are 4-1 right now. Their lone blemish, Josh Allen back in week 4, and they were on the road and coming off of a 70-point performance. But everybody else,
and they had to fly all the way to Buffalo. Wow. And if you don't fly early, you can't acclimate to that Buffalo weather.
Lonzo, respectfully, guy who's never been on an airplane can't understand how big of a deal that is.
I've been to cold weather places, though. I know it's not cold there right now, but
Guy who's never been on an airplane can't understand jet lag. It's a real thing.
So that's like saying you've never played football, so you can't report on it.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's the same
I'm saying
thing.
You can't understand it. Guy who does it, you can. Okay, I'm not going to go here. Trust me, jet lag will ruin your day. It will ruin your day.
If I spent, like 5 minutes up on the roof, I would feel like I was jet lagged.
And that's why you can't understand jet lag. All right. Philadelphia occupies the 2 spot. No shock, the 2 undefeated teams are at the top of the poll right now. Now, Philly doing their best Kansas City impression as of late, winning games by 1 score or very close to it. They got away with one over the Rams 23-14. They beat the Commanders on a walk-off field goal 34-31. They were in a scrap with the Buccaneers 25-11. But what do the Eagles keep doing? They keep winning. They just win. They are undefeated, one of only 2 teams that remains without blemish in the NFL. I did love that the Giants tried the brotherly shove that the Phillies have made so popular. And the Giants got 2 players hurt on it. 2 offensive linemen went down to a play that Philly runs 5 times a game successfully.
Hey, a rugby scrum is no joke, and that's basically what they're doing.
Yeah, it is.
You got to know how to fall.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, the number 1 spot in our NFL power rankings, who the hell else could it be but the San Francisco 49ers? They are not only 5-0, but they are outright winning every game, 42-10 over the Cowboys, 35-16 over a Cardinals team that the week before that beat the Cowboys, 30-12 over the Giants, 30-23 over the Rams, 30-7, and demoralized Pittsburgh back in week 1. What's the weak spot on this team? It's not throwing the ball. It's not running the ball. It's not defensive line. It's not defensive backs. Where's the weakness? It is the most complete team in the National Football League, and that is why I have the San Francisco 49ers at number 1. So, bottom 5, starting from the bottom, work it up. Carolina, Denver, Chicago, New England, New York, Giants. Then the top 10, Jacksonville, Tampa Bay, Dallas, Seattle, Buffalo, Kansas City, Detroit, Miami, Philadelphia, and San Francisco. So, who do I have too high? Who do I have too low? You are welcome to let me know. Text your thoughts to the madworldattractions.com text line at 71307 or give us a buzz at 844-326-3663 on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Carolina had a running back like San Francisco. They should try to get a guy like that.
They should.
Then later it'll be the Golden Knights opening up their Stanley Cup defense at home against the Seattle Kraken. NBA preseason on Monday. The Knicks beat the Celtics 114-107. The Lakers over the Nets 129-126. The Thunder hit the Spurs 122-121. Baseball Monday National League Division Series. The Braves rallied to beat the Phillies 5-4. The best of 5 tied at a game apiece. The Dodgers fell 4-2 at home against the Diamondbacks. Arizona will go for the sweep on Wednesday. Monday Night Football, the Raiders beat Packers 17-13. Vegas snapped a 3-game slide. The Fan Upstate is your home for Furman Paladins football play-by-play all season long. Catch every game right here live. Download the Odyssey app, search the Fan Upstate, and listen anywhere on your phone. I'm Chuck Sanders with the Sports Flash on the Fan Upstate.
A resignation from the executive branch. We'll discuss as we take a bite out of history with Ingles Markets. It was a political scandal like no other in the early 1970s. A political leader being questioned by the media, an investigation by the U.S. Justice Department, all because of an accusation of political corruption.
Also, I didn't realize that NXT announced first that they would be 30 minutes commercial free, and then AEW followed suit and said the same thing.
You kind of have to, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Sure, the TV networks are thrilled about that.
It might be a brought to you by. These 30 minutes of commercial free programming brought to you by the Fan Upstate. Hark, the sun riseth. I don't think hark is used enough.
Hark.
Yes, but Zach, all those guts are solid, man. There's something wrong with that belly. It's just
I would think you would.
It's no, it's liquid. It just what, because it's different? No,
No, because I thought you were Team Sturdy Fellas.
I am. I'm all for Umaga. I'm all for Kevin Owens. I'm all for those types of the Mr. Typhoon guy from Australia, whose name I just suddenly forgot. It's not a typhoon. It's whatever. You know what I'm talking about, the big dude
Big
from
Shockmaster guy.
Yeah. I don't know why I forget his name. I'm okay with all those guys because their bellies are sturdy. Eddie Kingston's belly is embarrassing. It's one of those things, if I was a wrestler, I'd walk up and do this just to watch it go. That's not supposed to happen, bro. Not supposed to happen.
Ingalls Market Studio.
Upstate, 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg.
From the Free Odyssey app. CBS Sports Radio. Rise and shine, sports fans.
It was Riley who made the throw last night over to first to double off Bryce Harper. That was not Arcia. That was my bad. I got to tell you, I was very tired when that happened last night. But I finished the game, all right? I stuck in there, hung in there. But I said it was Arcia. That was my bad. Basically, I was doing that off the top of my head, all right? So thank you to the texters who helped me get that one right because I feel like I needed to get that one right. Let's get a couple more things in here before we wrap up this hour of the radio broadcast. I want to take a look at this. I found a very interesting write-up by Heather Dinich of ESPN that, it kind of got me thinking a little bit. She made a run at making an argument for each undefeated team remaining as to why it is that they should be in the college football playoff or why they will or won't be. And I thought it was good. I'm curious about a couple of them, though. She pointed out Georgia up top. And I think that's a fair team to have questions about. Look, they put a demolition job on Kentucky this weekend. And I honestly thought that was the first performance this year that Georgia looked like the championship team that everybody's tried to tell me that they are. I brought up the Auburn game. I brought up the South Carolina game. I genuinely thought Kentucky not only had a chance, I picked them to cover that game. They did not. They got absolutely smoked. Georgia looked good. It was the first four-quarter performance that Georgia's had all year. But I would also point out that this has been a wildly inconsistent football team, man. Like I said, I pointed out some of these teams that they struggled against, primarily the first two teams that were worth their salt. But I would ask the question, is that because Georgia's not as dominant as everybody has made them out to be? Or is that because Georgia had not seen any quality opponents yet? Remember, they opened their season up with a pair of nobodies. Who was it? Ball State and Middle Tennessee State. I don't even remember who the other one was. They opened their season with a couple of low-level football teams. They took on a couple of SEC mid teams. They had some fights. They went up against a SEC team that I think is more towards the top of the list, and they dominated them. I'm still not ready to go off and say Georgia is clearly the best team in the Southeastern Conference right now. I'm not there yet. I will say they looked a lot better this week. And I will say if that Georgia team shows up, there's nobody left on that schedule that can beat them at this point. We've looked up and down their schedule 50 times this year. Who's left? They got Kentucky. Florida's no good. Missouri just got beat by LSU. Tennessee ain't the team we thought they're still okay, but they're not the team we thought they were. I mean, maybe Ole Miss, but Ole Miss has got to play in Athens. I think Georgia's winning out. So I think they got to be included on that list. How about Florida State? Florida State had two very close games. They had the Boston College game. Again, Red Bandana Day. That's a tough one to get to and through. It's just a weird day that Boston College has it all out. And then they had the overtime win on the road against Clemson. That LSU win does not look as good as it did initially. Fortunately for Florida State, LSU found a way to come back and knock off Mizzou, the same Mizzou team that a week before had beat Kansas State, a top 15 team at the time, right? Clemson is, unfortunately for the Noles, and frankly, more unfortunately for the Tigers, not the same team that it has been in years past. So that win isn't as impressive as you'd like. But Florida State has two good wins. However, they are the only wins on the schedule against Power 5 teams that are over 500. The resume right now is not good for Florida State. Has everything they've done outside of that and remaining undefeated, effectively the LSU win and the Clemson win, and I guess the Boston College win, is that enough to overcome the fact that the teams they have won against, Boston College, Clemson, Virginia Tech, and LSU, none of them necessarily look as good as we thought they might? I would say as of right now, yeah, but there's still question marks. Oklahoma has a major problem, ladies and gentlemen. That was a great win over Texas. Here's the problem. It came at a cost. Oklahoma's number one wide receiver, Andrew Anthony, who leads the team in receiving yards, is going to miss the rest of the season with a knee injury that requires surgery. That got announced last night. He is a transfer over from Michigan, sustained the injury early in the fourth quarter of the game against Texas. 5 grabs, 42 yards on the season, 27 snags, 429 yards, and a touchdown. That's a big L, a massive L for Oklahoma. So here's the good news for the Boomer Sooners. The good news is we talked about how easy Georgia's schedule is the rest of the way. Oklahoma's is easier. They've got one ranked team remaining ahead of them. That is on the road at the Rock Chalk Jayhawk of Kansas, the number 23 team in the country. Their other games, UCF at home, at Oklahoma State, they're bad. Against West Virginia, they're bad. Maybe the most difficult game is a roadie at BYU, and then they wrap it up against TCU, who, by the way, TCU is at threat of having the worst single-season performance by a national championship participant ever. That's how bad TCU is right now. The bad news for Oklahoma, your best wide receiver is done for the year. The good news is you wouldn't need him again, more than likely, until the postseason. Texas was the only, or is the only Power 5 opponent with a winning record that Oklahoma has defeated so far this season. It was a great win, but there were still questions about Texas. And I think those questions got louder after the L to Oklahoma. So we'll see. But I think of all the teams we're mentioning right now, I think Oklahoma's probably got the easiest path to get there, but the most questions about their ability to finish. Washington is 5-0, and I'm going to be honest with you. There are 2 Pac-12 teams that I think deserve to be in the discussion for the most complete team in college football. Washington and Oregon. Both of those teams have done it on both sides of the football, really all 3 phases of the football. Michael Penix Jr. is a big-time playmaking QB. I think he will be in New York at the Heisman Trophy celebration at the end of the year. Defensively, Washington has limited the explosive plays of everybody they've lined up against. Now, here's the problem. They're in the Pac-12. Teams in the Pac-12 have the hardest, based on schedule and ranking, the hardest path to make it to an undefeated regular season. Washington does have a resume issue today. They have no wins against ranked opponents. They have only 2 road wins, one against a Michigan State team the week after the firing or the suspension of Mel Tucker. Washington is also one of the most penalized teams in America right now. 12 for 125 against Arizona last week. You can get away with that against Arizona. You're not going to get away with that against USC. You're not going to get away with that against Oregon. Michigan is 6-0. J.J. McCarthy looks like he is the best quarterback in the Big Ten right now. Almost 1,300 yards, 11 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, a season 93.6 QBR as of right now. And on top of that, they're just fundamentally, for whatever that's worth for you, they are fundamentally right now the best team in the Big Ten. They're exceptionally well coached. Now, here's the problem. Michigan opened the season with 4 straight home games with no ranked opponents, no Power 5 non-conference opponents. Rutgers and UNLV are the only opponents they've played with a record over 500. Will this team look the same when they start getting Penn States and Ohio States thrown at them down the line? We'll find out. But that's their question mark right now. The Ohio State Buckeyes are 5-0 right now. They knocked off Notre Dame. In fact, not only did they knock off Notre Dame, but it looks like they may have sent Notre Dame into a spiral. They turned around and lost to Louisville next week. Now, maybe Notre Dame's just not as good as we all thought they were. Maybe we all bought in too early. Maybe Sam Hartman is not the guy we thought he was. Or maybe Ohio State just knocked Notre Dame into the dirt and they did not know how to answer. Here's the good news for the Buckeyes. They got a ton of talent. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be a top 3 NFL draft pick without a doubt. With the exception of Notre Dame, Ohio State has won every game by at least 20 points, and flash matters. If your resume is bad, style points take over, and Ohio State's got that. That win, by the way, even without Travion Henderson, your best running back against Maryland, was a good one. Maryland, however, just the second Power 5 level opponent with a winning record that Ohio State had beat. The first, obviously, Notre Dame. And ever since the season opener against Indiana, it's been slow start after slow start for the Buckeyes. You can get away with that against Indiana. Now, I'm not as worried about them with that regard as I am other teams because they have come back in back-to-back weeks and in the second half owned the game.
Also keep in mind they were still trying to decide on a quarterback early on, and then McCord has pulled away and become the starter and gotten better, it would seem, every week.
That is correct. I would say Ohio State's got a shot. Again, the Big Ten is what? It's a 3-way horse. Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State. Somebody's got to win the thing. I love the Oregon Ducks. We did our Robbie remix of the AP Top 10 yesterday, and I put the Oregon Ducks at number 1. They are dominant at this point, with the exception of their road win at Texas Tech. By the way, the week after Texas Tech lost to, or did they beat Wyoming? I don't even remember. Who cares? It was a bad game. All right. With the exception of the road win at Texas Tech, Oregon has just dominated everybody. They have scored at least 42 in every game. In every game, nobody has scored more than 10. This is a team that is showing you flash right now. Now, another team whose resume is not overwhelmingly impressive at this point, but they have dominated everybody. How many times have you heard the example? If I put the Chiefs in the MAC conference, if I put the Chiefs in the Mountain West, just because they beat up on everybody, they're still the Chiefs. They're still a very good team, even if their resume isn't all that impressive in terms of the dubs that they have run up. But Oregon is going to get tested this weekend for the first time. They got Washington. They're on the road at Washington. If the Oregon Ducks win this game, Oregon should be elevated probably above Oklahoma in the rankings, to be honest with you. Penn State, 5-0. Hey, look, their best win is against Iowa right now. Of all the teams we brought up so far, Penn State has the weakest schedule so far, easily. What are they going to do when they get to Big Ten time against Michigan, against Ohio State, and then there's finally USC? I don't know what else I need to say against USC. Their defense stinks. They're in trouble. All right? So, which of those teams do you think does not finish the year undefeated? I'm leaning USC is going to drop one. I am leaning Penn State is going to drop at least one. Let's take a break. Lonzo has a Rob Brown Show Sports Flash coming your way with your top stories from around the world of athletic competition. And then hour number 3 is next. It is the Rob Brown Show. It is the Fan Upstate.
Last night on Monday Night Football, the Green Bay Packers suffered their second straight defeat in a 17-13 loss to the Las Vegas Raiders. Jordan Love was intercepted 3 times, while Jimmy Garoppolo went 22 for 31 for 208 yards with 1 touchdown and 1 interception. In baseball, on the NLDS, the Atlanta Braves even the series with the Phillies at 1 game apiece with a 5-4 victory. The series resumes Wednesday in Philadelphia. The bad news keeps coming for the Dallas Cowboys, who announced yesterday that linebacker Leighton Vander Esch is headed to the injured reserve for the foreseeable future with a neck injury. The Cowboys also lost cornerback C.J. Goodwin to season with a major shoulder injury. Be sure to tune in to Thursday Night Football this Thursday as the Chiefs take on the Broncos right here on the Fan Upstate. Didn't realize there was an eclipse Saturday, Steven. What is eclipsing? Ooh, the Ring of Fire. Thanks, Steven. I appreciate the pressure that you're putting on me. But a couple words over puts a point of emphasis on what you're saying. So I did it on purpose.
Programming director Steven had a.
Yeah, I know. I addressed it. Missed it by 3 words, and I told him that sometimes going past the bed is a point of emphasis.
Yes.
So you have just a couple words after, and
That's
it's like,
why I out-talk beds all the time.
yeah, I mean, it's just it hammers home the point you're trying to make.
eBay Motors has everything you need to keep your ride or die alive, from superchargers, brakes, exhaust kits, and more.
I don't know. I'll have to look up more details about the eclipse and find out exactly when that happened Saturday. But the chance to see a Ring of Fire, who doesn't want to see that? Could be the impending doom of all that we know. Do you want to see it coming, or just want to get hit from behind if you're going to be vaporized? If I'm going to be vaporized, I don't want to see it.
I don't know. There was a movie on the other day. I don't remember what it was called, but it was an Australian apocalypse movie. And the last scene was this guy and this girl who the whole movie had been fighting, and they finally got back together at the end. And they were standing on the edge of a lake, and they were watching the fireball from a meteor impact that was going to end the world come across a lake at them. And they were both like, it's beautiful. Like, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And then vaporized. And I'm like, I think as if the vaporizing was going to be very quick, like you're out, then I'd probably be okay with seeing it coming. Because I think at that point, you don't really have any choice but to just accept it and then kind of have that euphoria.
I don't know.
If it was going to be like a slow burn.
Yeah, that's.
I
mean, you're going to feel that. I mean, if it's going to be a slow burn, you see it coming. Do you run? I mean, it's not going to help, but maybe in your mind, you're thinking, I tried to get away from it. Or do you get in your car and drive as fast as you possibly can?
I mean,
are you worried it would be like a Mist situation? I don't know if you ever watched The Mist. At the end,
yes,
he kills everybody,
yeah. And then the army shows up to save him.
Yeah,
that's one of the most disturbing endings to a movie ever.
It is. I don't know if Rob Nine Science Guy knows about the eclipse.
Yes, it is Saturday. It is a partial solar eclipse that will happen. I think around 11 a.m., and it is the last annual solar eclipse until 2039, if I recall correctly. All the rest will be total eclipses. This one is not total. And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. The third hour of the Rob Brown Show starts now. This is the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, my friends. So wonderful to have you along for the ride. Yeah! 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 If you want to be a part of the show, multiple ways for you to do just that. You can, of course, get at us on the MatterWorldAttractions.com text line at 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, and we'll read them on the air. FAN, F-A-N. We will read them on the radio broadcast. You can also tweet us or X us or post us or threads us or whatever else you want to do to us virtually. Don't get weird. At The Rob Brown Show is my handle. At Lonzo on Word is his. You can also get us on the phone lines. Jump on the air. 844-326-3663. Make your voice heard around the beautiful upstate of South Carolina. 844-326-3663 is that number. All the different ways for you to get in touch with the broadcast this AM. I was disgruntled yesterday. I was disgruntled. Usually I'm very gruntled. Yesterday, disgruntled.
I've often thought of you as a gruntled guy.
I'm usually the king of gruntled. Yesterday, very disgruntled. I read a comment after the Kentucky Wildcats lost to Georgia this past week. It didn't lose to Georgia. Got smoked 51-13. The Bulldogs looked for real for the first time. I read some comments from Mark Stoops. Mark Stoops, of course, the head coach of the University of Kentucky.
Doesn't like sunglasses.
Or dancing. I read quotes from Footloose actor, come real life, Mark Stoops. And they bothered me a little bit. Okay. So, and this is funny enough because we got a text coming back from break from a texter that said, Rob, off subject, but NIL is killing college football. Money, money, money. Have quit going to games. I pay for TV and watch games. TV can pay the players for me, and I save a fortune. Texter respectfully. What? What? Do you understand that the vast, overwhelming majority of money is not going to players? And the money that is going to players is not money that necessarily comes from a place that's impacting you, right? Are you mad about how much Bill Hancock, director of the CFP, are you mad about how much money he makes? Are you mad about how much your head coach is made? And I'm glad you brought this up, Texter, because this kind of ties in with what I'm about to say here about Mark Stoops. Mark Stoops after the loss. So stick with me, Texter. I'm going to come back to your text. I think it folds into what I'm about to talk up here. He said, and I quote, it started fine. You've got to own it. You've got to solve it, and then you've got to go do it. The other side of that is, if you want to do that, complain, deny, or make excuses, we're not going to do that. It is what it is. Fans have the right. I give it to them. All right, time out. Stop. Right there. Hold on. Nothing he said do I have an issue with, right? Nothing I've said do I have an issue with. If you get your butt kicked, you do have to own it. You do have to go solve it. You do have to go do it. If you want to complain or deny or make excuses, you can do that. And everybody gets to decide if they are going to continue to or continue not to or start to not to support you in that case. Fine with everything he said so far. But then he says this, quote, fans have that right. I give it to them. I just encourage them to donate more because that's what those dudes are doing. I can promise you, Georgia, they bought some pretty good players. You're allowed to these days. We could make some help or we could use some help, end quote. I mean, maybe they could make some help. That's his argument. He said, "Well, you could, hey, bluegrass fans." That's what I was trying to say. I'm so frustrated. Hey, Wildcat fans, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to give more money to the university because they, Georgia, are out here buying up players. That's fine. I do have a question, though. Mark Stoops is being paid $9 million per year. $9 million. Just a quick question. By the way, that's a new deal. When he got to Kentucky, he was making $6.3 million per year from Kentucky. And that does not include endorsements and advertisements and boost and contract bonuses and all these other fun things that could bring that tally to north of 10 and some change $1 million a year. My question here is, Mark, as you go out there and you blame your L that you took on a $9 million contract, as you blame your L on the fans effectively, Kentucky fans aren't giving enough, so we can't go buy players like Georgia's doing right now. How much of your contract are you giving back? You just got a raise of almost $3 million a season to stay on board at Kentucky. How much of that $3 million are you giving back? Because it would seem to me, if I had a chance to make $6 million by signing a $9 million contract and giving $3 million back as an investment into whatever it is I'm in charge of, I'd probably do that because I'm poor, but I'm also not a math major. And I'm relatively sure 6 is more than $0 million. So I find it not just hilarious, but I find it almost offensive that Mark Stoops gets his backside handed to him again. And the first thing he does is run to grab a mic to blame the fans. I need you guys to give us more money so that we can buy players like Georgia does. I'm not going to say NIL has nothing to do with it. I'm sure it does. But here's a fun thing, Mark, about every business everywhere ever. Success begets success. That success begets profit. That profit makes it easier to, anybody? Class? Yes, that's right. Profit more. Right? It's the old joke. What's the easiest way to become a billionaire? Be a millionaire. Because nothing makes money more than making money. If you have money, you can make money faster than doing it. There is nothing in your life that you can do that will earn you money as quickly as already having money. It's the best investment advice I have is be rich, right? So, Mark, my question is, while you're coming down on the fans here and going, I need you guys to give more money. We can't keep up with Georgia right now. I need more money. Yeah, I'm not even going to say you're wrong, to be honest with you. But my question mark is, what are you doing? What are you doing and how you're doing it? Because it seems kind of easy for me. It seems kind of easy for me to go out there and start grasping outside the program. Look, a lot of us, myself included, genuinely, honestly, truly believed that Kentucky was going to give Georgia at least a fight, right? I didn't necessarily think Kentucky was going to win the ball game, but I thought they could put up a fight. I thought they were. I picked them to cover. It was like 12.5. I'm like, they'll be inside of 12.5. I was thinking like a 8.5, 10.5 point. 12.5? Yeah, I'm going to take that line. But I don't understand it. You are getting paid $9 million a year, and your response to your team getting worked. I'm not talking about losing. There's no shame in losing to Georgia. That's a good football program. That's a good football program that is getting better week by week. And by the way, a two-time defending national champion. It's great. That's great. There's no shame in eating the L to the Bulldogs. There is, at least to me, absolutely a shame in coming out minutes after the game and going, if only our fans did more. They bought players, did they? Or did they take advantage of the exact same NIL rules, Mark, that you have access to? Did they buy players, or did they go, you know what? We're going to lean into NIL. We're going to work with NIL collectives. We're going to set up brands. We're going to go ahead and find ways to help our players make the money that they feel that they want to make, can make, should make. Because I'll tell you right now, that's what they did. And that's not what you did. And there's a reason. Now, Mark, if you have your team ready to play football and you come out and you compete and you scare Georgia, or hell, maybe you pull an upset and you beat Georgia, now all of a sudden you're on the map. And now all of a sudden your team can start going, hey, we're real close. Oh, and by the way. Now, maybe you are getting screwed. Maybe there aren't a lot of NIL collectives around Kentucky. That's the risk that comes with going to a school like that. But to blame your fans? Dude, your team was not ready. Your team was not ready to compete. At the end of the day, that's on you, buddy. The fans can't come out there and run practice for you. The fans can't come out there and hype up the boys. The fans can't put in a good game plan to take advantages of some weaknesses that Georgia has shown this year that they haven't shown in the last couple. That's on you, dude. Blaming the fans feels gross in this spot. Our guy Slooper calling back into the radio broadcast. Slooper, welcome in, big fella. Been a minute. How we doing, pal?
Doing good, man. Anytime you talk about NIL, I'm gonna try to chime in on this.
Let's go.
I don't necessarily think he's blaming the fans on this, though. I mean, I'm just going to say if Dabo came out tomorrow, I'm a Clemson fan, and said, look, this is the way the system is now. It's pay for play. And I think more coaches should be saying this because that is the system we're operating in. And Dabo comes out and says, we're not getting the top 50 wide receiver anymore. He wants $1 million. We're not getting $1 million in. And even if I donated, let's say Mark Stoops donated $3 million off of that. That's not a drop in the bucket to I guarantee what some of these schools are dropping. Ohio State and Georgia. I mean, it's not a drop in the bucket. So I wish more coaches would talk about it so we can have an open conversation about NIL, which is pay for play, instead of let's not talk about it because it needs to be talked about. And you just said something about, well, that's your fault for going to Kentucky. Well, and you also said success begets success. Well, how is Kentucky supposed to get good? How are they supposed to rise up if there's no possible way for them to get any better because they cannot compete with a Georgia or an Alabama or an Ohio State? And I'll say this, Clemson's had success. We're not competing with those guys on that level of pay for play. Does that make sense? So it's not just success begets success. There's more factors that go into it. It's what kind of alumni base do you have? Are you a very large school? The playing field is not competitive anymore.
But Slipper, wait, time out. Respectfully, hang on. Let me say something. When has it ever been? When has it ever been?
I get
Florida State wasn't there until Bobby Bowden showed up and did what he did. There was not even that long ago, Alabama was running with the Prices and the Shulas, and they were never going to get back there until Nick Saban got there and did it. Georgia, less than a decade ago, was an afterthought in the Southeastern Conference. Now they're the most dominant dynasty of the past, since Alabama. It's always been this way. I just don't understand why now it's bad because the players get a little piece of the multi-billion-dollar prize. First of all, I don't think it's always been this way. I don't know if anyone can actually say that right now because 10 years from now, you don't know if Georgia's about to reel off 10 straight national championships. If that happens, would you get on the bus and say, hey, man, maybe we need to think about competitive balance, at least a little bit?
because we can't just have it all one way, Rob, and not the other. You have to, if you're running a league, if Rob's running the 6-year-old baseball league and you come in for your draft, you have to have some kind of competitive balance for that thing to survive, Rob. So that's what I'm saying is I'm not saying the players can't get a piece of their pie, and I'm not saying that NIL is a bad thing, but NIL did not start out as pay for play. And that's what it's become. And Mike Stoops is just being honest. Mark Stoops is being honest. He's being honest with the fans. He's being honest with everyone out there in the football world of what the sport has become, and we're upset about what we're hearing.
Slooper, again,
There's
my
fans
guy,
that are upset
listen, I've been in this game a long time. It has always been this way. It used to be with shady $500 handshakes in the parking lot after a recruiting visit, right? So again, you're not telling me, and please don't take this as like confrontational. It's not meant to be, but you are telling me like, oh, with NIL, it's this pay for play. My guy, it's always been that way. It's just finally we put a little light on it.
I disagree. I completely disagree with you, Rob. It has not always been this way, where you go out and you have 100 Ford F-150s, new trucks sitting in Utah's football field. Yes, has there been some illegal stuff that happened in the 80s and 90s? Of course, but it has not always been this way. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. There's always going to be shady boosters. There's always going to be something like that. But at the same time, we can only control what we can control, which is try to maintain a competitive balance between every school so every school can have a football program. Nobody, and here's what I'm going to tell you. Here's the bad part about this. You're saying, all right, pay the players whatever they want. Everything else be damned. Here's what we're going to have a problem with. You're going to have schools that are not going to be able to compete and choose not to field a football program 10 to 15 years from now. That's going to be a problem. And I'd hate for kids not to get a scholarship because, like you're saying, some of those kids aren't getting paid. And, probably 60% of them. What are those kids going to do? That we're going to go to Troy or Arkansas State or, even let's think locally, Wofford, Coastal Carolina. Those cats are going to jump out of the game when they figure out what it's going to take to have a full salary roster. And that's what Georgia has. They have a salary roster. Ohio State has it. I'm just telling you, the game has changed. It wasn't always like it is right now. I will agree with you that we had issues with boosters back in the day, and there was pay for play going on, shady pay for play. But now it's just to the point where it's uncontrollable. And I don't know what you do with it. I just don't agree with the whole concept of, Mark Stoops basically letting it out there, letting it be known of what is going on in the business. And now we're kind of have problems with that.
All right.
I mean,
Slooper, I appreciate it, bro. No, you're good, man. Listen, I got to run to a break. We're already way past, and I'm not done with this conversation. I want to come back to it. We got Kevin on the line. Kevin, I'm going to come to you out of the break because I'm fine with continuing this conversation. I think that there's a couple of things. It may not have always been this way to this level, but it's always been this way. It's just that instead of money in the NIL collective, it used to be facilities, right? LSU built like 6 locker rooms over a 9-year span with barbershops and recording studios and Clemson's got slides and golf simulators and Alabama's got waterfalls and full out spas. It's always been this way. It's just we never gave the players money, right? And yet Troy still has a football team. Southern Miss still has a football team, right? Let's talk more about it when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Thank you. Thank you, James. Thank you very much. Correct. Phenomenal take.
So good news on the injury front. I know you dropped with this after update.
It's bow time. It's not just football season. It's tailgate season. And that includes every kind of football, whether it's got goalkeepers or goalposts. But chicken is good. Because it doesn't matter where or how you tailgate. When you've got crispy chicken and fluffy buttermilk biscuits from both angles,
first half of Sunday's loss to Detroit, Panthers rookie left guard Chandler Zavala had to be taken off the field on a stretcher. Zavala did show movement. When he was taken off, he was later taken to a hospital. The head coach Frank Reich says the worst concerns have been alleviated.
Yes, thankfully he's doing well. Moving on extremities, all the tests, what we want. So very encouraged and very thankful for that news.
For Reich and the Panthers, despite the 0-5 start, belief still remains.
We have a slogan, we have a saying here, I know, just keep pounding. So, and that's what we just talked about from the locker room. That's what we're going to do. Why would the world, would anyone want to keep pounding when you're 0-5? Because you believe. You believe in what you're doing. You believe in who you're doing it. You believe if you keep pounding, you'll get better. You believe that it can make a difference in this year and even in the future. I mean, as I've said many times, we're playing for this year. We're not playing for the future. But you keep pounding because that's what it takes. And you know it makes a difference. It makes an impact.
Skrillo, welcome in, buddy.
Keep pounding, Rob.
What?
Keep pounding.
I that's all I do.
You're not listening.
I am to Frank Reich saying that we're not rebuilding, even though we all know he
You say
is.
keep pounding at least 10 times.
Chris is logged into my computer remotely trying to fix the Google Drive issue. And my mouse just started going crazy and opening stuff, and I had a mild panic attack there for a second.
Do you think it was Russians or I mean, who do you think it was?
No, but I've been LOL watching all of the scam baiter videos, you know? So I was like, oh no.
But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Ranger.com, or just stop by. Ranger, for the ones who get it done. If you're hired, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Someone's got the top down today.
It's beautiful outside. High of 79, so it's a little warm.
Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the
You made a first straight today. I can't tell. Does look a little pretty.
Helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle.
Chili's, baby back ribs, barbecue sauce.
Get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Mad World Haunted Attraction is now open. Voted South Carolina's #1 haunted house and one of America's top screen parks.
You ever have a convertible before?
I have not. My mom has a convertible as her fun ride, and I love a convertible.
Can't handle the noise. But I guess if you ride a motorcycle, it's probably not that much different, is it? Noise wise.
It's interesting once you get going because the wind is over your head, so most of the noise is actually from behind you, and it's not that loud.
Enjoy an ice cold glass of Rise Guys B1 Lager at Dave & Buster's on Woodruff Road.
Making a difference in the lives of children and families brings a feeling of satisfaction that is unmatched. You may be just the person to help them to a brighter tomorrow. Answer the call and learn more about becoming a child welfare case manager at dss.sc.gov. There, you will find qualifications needed and information about salary and benefits available. This message is sponsored by the South Carolina Department of Social Services.
Hey, it's Rivers, the owner of Mr. Sparky of the Upstate. This time of year, you never want to go without power. We offer whole home generators, whole home surge protectors, EV chargers, surge protectors for EVs, HVAC, pools and spas, plus 24-hour emergency service, and in most cases, same-day service. The next time you need an electrician, go to MrSparkyoftheUpstate.com.
You don't have to hold up the penny on life. You call 888-8-SPARKY.
Imagine if you could charge your electric vehicle at the places you already love to eat, shop, and play. Whether you're at the movies, on your weekly grocery trip.
Sorry, I'm focusing, guys. I got an engineer remote access to Captain America. Chris Evans down the hall is remote access to my computer, trying to fix an issue that has been going on for a couple of days now. And so I'm watching the chaos taking place that I have no control over. It's very unsettling.
He's probably adding some drama on purpose too, because it's Chris.
Sponsored by Jeff Martin Auctioneers. Don't miss the Jeff Martin Auctioneers Automobile Auction in Belzer on Saturday, October 14th, featuring vehicles, boats, motorcycles, RVs, and more. Bid your way live on site or online at Jeff Martin.
I don't know why, but this was a really long break.
Feels that way.
No, I looked at it ahead of time. I was like, that's a lot of, but you know.
Feels like it.
In the meantime, good to see the hair.
You're
shirt.
welcome.
Yeah. What should we put on that wall back there? We got to put something on that wall. What do you think? So you won't be able to see Rob for a few minutes, but you'll be able to hear him.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob. He is Lonzo. We are ever glad to have you here on the show. We got into a conversation about the NIL rules and reactions from college coaches and whatnot, as Mark Stoops, the head coach at the University of Kentucky, after his Wildcats got bounced by the Dogs this weekend, came out and said that, oh, you can make excuses and this, that, and the other, and then proceeded to make excuses, saying that Georgia has bought
a very good roster of players, and that he needs Kentucky fans to give more, despite the fact that he is, getting paid over $9 million a year, and didn't say, I'm giving back X or Y or 7 mil or 2 mil or whatever. And then we had Slooper call in. It was a good call. All right. It's a good call. I wasn't being confrontational because I like conversation. But as I pointed out, you don't have to like it. But yes, it's always been pay for play. And I get kind of tired. And Kev, I'm coming to you here in a second, so don't go anywhere. I get kind of tired of, well, how are all these other little schools going to survive, Rob? How are they going to? Y'all have never cared before. Never. Quick. Tell me a small school outside of, say, Furman and Wofford. Tell me a small school you've cared about surviving. Honestly, tell me one. Have you cared about University of South Alabama football? Slooper specifically mentioned Troy. Quick, tell me a game that Troy has won this year. Name one win for Troy this year.
I really care about Otterbein University.
Don't even know what that is.
That's where I went to college.
There you go.
So, and I'm sure you
got a football team?
Sometimes. By the way, D3 and those handshakes existed. D3 and guys driving around in brand new cars, D3. So I don't think you need to worry about the small schools, because you know what? Small schools have alumni and donors and businesses around them also.
We can have all the conversations that you want about caps and regulations and rules and all, and I'm down for all of those conversations 100%. But this whole, it's ruining college football. Ladies and gentlemen, I did a segment earlier in this show where I ran you through the remaining undefeated teams and gave you arguments. Do you remember how many teams I listed as potential national champions? Last year, it didn't feel that way, did it? Felt like it was Georgia, it was Alabama, it was Michigan, it was Ohio State. And then like towards the end, you're like, oh, maybe TCU is legit too. This year, There's legitimately 10 teams that could theoretically win a natty. I would actually argue parity is better this year than it has been in college football in years.
All right. Well, let's wait till the end of the year.
Sure.
But when 3 of the 4 teams who are almost always in there that's interchangeable are still in there, there's not really going to be that much of a difference.
Listen,
you're still going to get probably that 4th team that doesn't belong, that gets spanked, or they beat Michigan. Or next year, the whole thing changes anyway when we go to 12. So
Kevin has been kind enough to hang on through the break. Let's get Kev plugged up, see what he's got to say. Kevin, welcome to the show, big fella. Great to have you. What's up, buddy?
Morning, Rob. Thanks for having me on the show.
Yes, sir.
I got chop, go Braves.
I love it.
Go Bill, Blue Chiefs. But anyway, what was his name?
Slooper.
The last caller.
Yeah.
He's fussing about the NIL, but what's the greatest entertainment of all? Football. Why shouldn't football players get paid?
Yeah, I mean, it just is amusing to me that nobody has ever had an issue in the past, right? We know, I know Slooper said he disagrees. That's fine. I've been in this game 15 years. I have talked to people for 15 years. There have always been pay for play with the highest level athletes. It's always happened. You've got, depending on the campus you go to, it is not a coincidence. It's not a stunner that Alabama football players show up in Tuscaloosa and they just really love Dodge Chargers all of a sudden, you guys. Just everybody in Tuscaloosa is a Charger guy. There's a reason for that. It's always been this way. And for whatever reason, now that the payments are above board, right? And by the way, and this is the part that drove me crazy, Kev, he just kept saying the words pay for play, pay for play, pay for play. The universities cannot pay the players. That is rule number 1. And as I've said to Shane Beamer, as I've said to Nick Saban, I will now say to Mark Stoops, if you want that to stop and you have proof that that is happening, then sell somebody out, make somebody public, tell us who got paid, who paid them, how much they paid them, when they paid them, and we will absolutely SMU that school. But until somebody comes on the table with evidence and proof that it's happening, okay, like it's a thing you're saying, but I'm not going to act on it.
I mean, he said it was a Clemson fan, correct?
Yeah, he mentioned that, there's Clemson. And again, this is why I've said, Kev, like the difference in this pay to play now thing and what it was back in the past is it used to be that colleges could spend all this money to make themselves nicer. We can build nicer locker rooms. We can build nicer stadium facilities. We can build this. We can build that, all as a way to attract recruits. Hey, come here. We've got this beautiful indoor facility and we got a recording booth. You can cut your rap albums and you can go to the locker room at Alabama that's got a whole ass spa in it. Come get your hair faded at the LSU barber shop that's players only with a full barber that's always on duty, right? Like, and now that's not as attractive as it used to be. But don't tell me you care about the finances of Troy when you've never complained about Alabama building their 15th locker room in 20 years.
I mean, I think they just think it's college football or something. But each person had a chance at life and their choice of profession. But hey, these kids worked hard. They worked hard to make what they're doing. Let them have it.
Yeah, Kev, appreciate it, man. Great to have you on the show. Thanks for checking in. You guys are all welcome at 844-326-3663.
By the way, for those asking, he's driving heavy machinery.
Yeah,
that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing.
Fred, the forklift driver.
No, if you are, it's not that. It's heavy machinery. If you frequent our stream on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, you will see him show up and talk about that some. So.
I think that, like I said, this is the interesting part of the conversation to me. And I got a bunch of texts. And Texter, I'm coming back to you here in just a minute. I got Chris working on our computer right now, so I can't see the text line.
It will always bother me when you say that the schools aren't doing it because I still have major doubt
Cool,
that
prove
the
it.
schools are
And
involved.
I'm not saying that to you.
Yeah.
I'm saying that to Shane Beamer. I'm saying it to Nick Saban. I'm saying it to Mark Stoops.
Here's the thing: they never will unless they're on their way out because they're doing it too. And it's just
Then stop complaining.
It's just like, well,
then stop complaining. I don't know what to tell you. If you are actively out there complaining about something that you are doing, but someone's doing it better than you, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. If Mark Stoops truly believes that Georgia is pay to play, if he genuinely believes that Mark Stoops is pay for play right now, or excuse me, that Kirby Smart is pay for play right now, if he believes Georgia's buying players, then show us. Either show us or stop saying it, right? It's real simple to me. If I came out and I accused Lonzo of doing something illegal, and somebody said, Rob, prove it to me, and I go, nah, then I need to shut up.
Snitches, man. Snitches.
Yeah. Either put something on the table or stop, right? I don't understand, right? Texas says, if Lonzo got a great offer elsewhere, would you give up 33% of your salary to keep him? If yes, you're a saint. But if Norm, I got to go back and find the second half of that text. But basically, they're saying if Lonzo got a better offer somewhere else, would I give back 30% of my salary to keep him? If Lonzo takes me to where I'm making $9 million a year, you better believe I'd think about it. And more importantly than that,
33% of what more of what I make, you would be like, good luck.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not, yeah.
And also, if Lonzo took me to $9 million a year, and then I truly, genuinely believe that I have two options. I can give some back to Lonzo and keep him and succeed further and keep making that $9 million a year, or I can let him walk and watch a bunch of other shows kick my ass all the time. Which one of those makes more sense? Now, put that aside. Mark Stoops doesn't have to give $1 back to Kentucky if he doesn't want to. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
He's just one of those guys that finds something to complain about every single year.
No, but listen, it's the same thing he did last year. He got it handed to him, and he's going to do and I don't blame him either here, because we've seen how college fans react to L's from their coaches. But he is going to place blame everywhere except himself. That team wasn't ready to play. They were nowhere near their best. They got it handed to them. So what's the easiest thing to say? They're cheating. They cheating over there in Georgia. They cheating. Show me that they're cheating or stop. Because it feels to me like they have the same NIL collective rules to play under that you do. Now, I know that some are state to state. They vary. Now, if Kentucky's got more stringent rules that are making it harder for Stoops, then take it up with your state legislature, right? Go out there and campaign. Do you understand how much power a college football coach has? Tommy Tuberville's an idiot and a senator. I worked with Tommy for 2 years. He's not let me stop right there. Okay, I need to shut up. Listen, that man is senator because he's a football coach. I'll leave it right there. It ain't because he's a wizard. It ain't because he's a genius. He's not passing any Mensa test, but he is representing his state. Or is he a representative? I don't even know. I should probably shut up. I'm dumb too. But the difference is I didn't run to go to Washington, D.C. and represent you. College football coaches have enormous levels of power. If this is a state disparity, and I didn't research Kentucky's NIL laws, then go to your legislature and get it fixed. You're the head coach at Kentucky. They'll listen. But if it's not, then to run to, they cheat, Bob. Ain't it, dog?
No. He's not the head coach of Kentucky basketball. They would listen to that.
They probably would.
It's Kentucky football. And they're just like, yeah, tell them we can get to them next Tuesday.
I know some Kentucky fans. They'd listen. This is on him. Let's take a break. Your thoughts are welcome. 844-326-3663. 844-326-3663. Or shoot us a text at 71307. Start your he is a senator. I was right. Get out of here. It's the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Gotta tell you, I just didn't care either way. So, I mean, yeah.
Hey, sincere question. This is non-sports related. Do we genuinely believe that there are zero DC politicians with integrity? Do you truly believe there are zero politicians with integrity in Washington D.C.?
Are there levels of integrity, or is there just integrity?
Just say integrity, because I think some people conflate.
Saying
I disagree with them.
he's the most honest politician in Washington. Does that make him honest, or he's just the most honest politician in Washington?
Again, I think it's a fair question, and I also think that some people conflate disagreement with lack of integrity or disagreement with whatever else. Do we believe that there are zero politicians with integrity?
If you take money from certain organizations to sway your vote and stuff, that's kind of like buying your vote. I don't know. I don't know.
It's a genuine. I'm not stating an answer. I'm curious as to everybody's thoughts.
I think more people feel that way, at least.
That there are none?
That there are very few, if any. Yes. Don't get yourself on the list on that JFK Jr. thing there, Zach. Although you could go to Joe Rogan, he'll protect you. Yeah, me too. One list I wish I wasn't on was a certain politician who's running for president, who sends me stinking 20 emails per day. Leave me alone, man.
Somebody has been on a spree of either signing me up for politicians' emails or somebody gave them my list, but my personal email inbox is I'm getting 50 political emails a day. I've never unsubscribed to so many in a week in my life.
You have to show me how to do that, because I don't want to outright block someone.
At the bottom, there's always an unsubscribe button.
Is there?
Yeah, but they always make it that big. It's like almost at the very bottom. And usually there's going to be like a block of text and it'll be somewhere in there. The other thing I've noticed people doing, because you have to put an unsubscribe button, but what they'll do is they'll make the font white so that it blends in.
James, obviously you don't really listen to that station, because that is a bunch of crap, is what that is. If you listen to the station, you would actually hear them criticize just about every single politician.
Listen, the Republican Party is split in half right now, and it's very interesting to watch.
You're right. The Democratic Party is unity and deceit.
Oh no, they're
unity and deceit. The evil party, but they're like this though. I mean, they're together. I don't care either way. I just want more money in my pocket. That's all I care about. I would like to have a retirement, which right now things are not looking good. So I mean, that's I think most people really care about making it day-to-day money-wise.
The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate. Text line's open, themadworldattractions.com. Text line 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-M. We'll read them on the air. Texter said, blooper that has to be the dumbest take possible. A millionaire asking for more money while they take more money, as if life for the fans wasn't difficult enough. Yeah, man. Like I said, I will never get old to me being frustrated by someone getting paid $9 million a year, asking the fans, many of whom have to scrap together paycheck to paycheck, and getting to go to a football game or a basketball game is a luxury. It's like something they have to dedicate time and spending for, to go, yeah, we need more money from you. Otherwise, we're going to keep losing. Well, not your job. And when somebody and again, I love Slooper. I appreciate Slooper coming into the show. I do. I appreciate everybody. Dissenting opinions are good. I like the conversation. I just disagree with him, and that's fine. This whole thing of I find it very difficult to engage with, well, how are the other schools going to survive? Probably the same way they always have. They're going to figure it out, right? Troy's been a football program for 100 years. Well, Rob, how can anybody in the middle catch up with the people at the top? You've never asked that question before, right? Never before has that question been asked. I've been doing this 15 years, actually 16 when we get to December. 16 years I've been in the game. I've never had somebody go in 2012. Well, how are the teams in the middle going to catch up to the teams at the top? They will or they won't. They'll figure out how to be different. I point to the Oregon Ducks. Oregon forever was one of those teams in the middle. They were one of those teams right there in the middle. Do you know what jumped Oregon up to become a powerhouse that, they've been to the playoff one time. They beat Florida State in the semifinal in the first year of the playoffs. They're back to undefeated this year. They put a pretty good team together. Do you know how they did it? They found a way to stand out. Now, took a lot of money. Phil Knight, chairman of Nike, came out and said, I'm going to throw all Nike's resources at you. Well, guess what? That's legal. And yet nobody called my show when Phil Knight did that and didn't give money to the players. He gave a buttload of money, a literal measurement of quantity. Gave a buttload of money to Oregon. Nobody called my show and went, well, Rob, how is Oregon State expected to keep up with this? But now that players can get a slice, now all of a sudden everybody's concerned. What Oregon did was they took a mid-football program, and Phil Knight came in and said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to be the cool school. We're going to be the hip school. We're going to have these dope uni combos. You're going to get the most killer equipment Nike can make. We're going to make this program look sweet, bro. And they started cranking out the chrome helmets and the chameleon paint. They started cranking out the highlighter yellow jerseys and the neon green pants. They started coming up with all these looks, and it made Oregon stand out. And would you look at that? They went to a playoff, and now they're back to undefeated this year.
How many championships have they won?
None.
Okay, I'm just curious about that.
But again, to me, that is a part of the overall thing.
We have the illusion of parity right now. It's just an illusion. All these teams are capable of winning supposedly, but it's going to be at least 2 of the 4 that's always been there for the last 10 years.
Right, but I would also make the point.
And
does that not help point out?
It was that way before NIL. It's that way after NIL.
So does that not point out the fact that NIL's not hurting anything? Right? It was making football worse. It's the exact same as it was before. The exact same. Georgia, Bama, LSU, Clemson, Alabama, Ohio State, Florida State, Alabama, Auburn, Alabama, Florida, LSU, Florida, Texas, USC, LSU/USC, Ohio State, Miami, Oklahoma.
My main thing is I want transparency. I want the teams to come out and say, hey, we're paying them.
Sure.
And make it okay. Then a lot of these arguments go away.
It's funny to me.
So then it's no longer, well, we have sources who say, or I know this is going on. Just come out and say, hey, we're paying them.
Right, but
and bigger schools have more money. If you can't make it here, that's too bad.
It's again, number one, it's always been that way. It's just that all the resources were going into the school, not into the pockets of the students.
Well,
number two,
anyway.
the schools are not allowed to. I'm not saying they aren't, but just like I'm not going to say they aren't, you don't get to say that they are. They may be, they may not be. We don't know. This is why I have said to Mark Stoops and Shane Beamer and Dabo Sweeney and whoever else claims it, Lonzo included, either put proof on the table or stop. It's real simple to me. Either put the proof on the table. If Shane Beamer says, as he did, that an SEC school reached out to players or a player on his roster and offered $1 million in NIL deals to come play there, then tell us who it is. Do you understand that you could have the hammer brought down? And if he came out and he said, Mark Stoops at the University of Kentucky offered one of my players $1 million in NIL to come there. And here's the text. Here's the email. Here's the phone call. Here's the this. Here's the that. Here's my proof. Does he understand he could have ended it right there? Right? That's my point. He could have ended it right there. But he didn't. He told a vague story with no details and no evidence to support it. So what do you expect to happen there? Right? What do you expect is the result? Mark's going to go, oh, Georgia beat us because they bought all these players. So what do you expect is going to come from this? Everybody's going to go, oh, darn it, Georgia. Rabble, rabble, rabble. And then what? What changes? If you want to tell us what's happening, we'll listen. And if you tell us what's happening and schools are breaking the rules, we'll bring the band hammer down. And we'll hit them up and we'll change stuff. But this constant throwing around of very vague ideas, I think this, I believe that. Prove it or it's pointless.
I do realize I'm adjusting to the sleep schedule and everything, but what the heck is rabble, rabble, rabble? That's just, are you a rabble rouser?
No,
is that why you're, I just don't.
What was the old cartoon back? There was a cartoon back in the day where, when it like they were, or was it the Muppets? Oh, it was the Muppets, I think. Whenever they'd have like all the Muppets together and they would get upset and it would be a scene where they were all complaining. Instead of everybody complaining, they just all go, rabble, 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 rabble.
Yeah, I don't recall that, but
I'll find it.
Maybe Monty Python did it. I'm
sure they did too.
Yeah, it's possible.
The point here is, if you want to rabble, rabble, rabble on about all these bad things that are happening, then do something to change it. Right? Do something to change it.
Now I hear Led Zeppelin doing rabble on. I just
do something to change it or stop. See, you look at the stuff. Zach just brought up Reggie Bush, right? They brought up the Reggie Bush stuff, and then what happened? People came forward and said, "Here's the receipts. Here's the apartment receipt. Here's where his family was living. Here's where this. Here's where that." And what happened? They took Reggie's Heisman. They took USC's wins away. They made a whole big deal out of it.
You could bring up Jim Tressel and the golden pants.
100%.
I mean,
it cost Jim Tressel his job.
It did.
Tattoos. Do you see, when you bring something that is a violation of the rules to the table, then you can do something about it. But when Mark just says, we need more money because Georgia's buying a roster, well, they can't do that. So show us anything. Show us a recruit who told you, Coach, I'd love to come play for Kentucky, but I got to take care of my family, and Georgia offered me X thousands of dollars in NIL money. Bring that to the table.
I want some X thousands.
I would love an X thousand. Fill in any number you want right there. All right. 844-326-3663. MadWorldAttractions.com, text line 71307. Tweet me at The Rob Brown Show, at Lonzo on Word. Speaking of at Lonzo on Word, Lonzo has words for you right now, and they are about sports in Lonzo's Sports Flash.
Well, it's a Rob Brown Show, Sports Flash. I wouldn't put my name on it unless it's really good. Yesterday in the NLDS, obviously it's not, the Atlanta Braves, even the series with the Phillies, had a one game apiece with 5-4 victory. The series resumes Wednesday in Philadelphia. The LA Dodgers have ruined home field advantage, giving both games at home away to the Diamondbacks after a 4-2 defeat last night. Speaking of last night, Monday Night Football, the Green Bay Packers suffered their second straight defeat in a 17-13 loss to the Las Vegas Raiders. Jordan Love was intercepted 3 times, while Jimmy Garoppolo went 22 for 31 for 208 yards and 1 touchdown and 1 interception. We are your home for Furman Paladins football and basketball. Tune in Saturday as Furman takes on Sanford starting at 11:30 right here on the Fan Upstate. Take that, Steven. Was it South Park? Could be. They've already melted that Heisman down. It's a joke. I don't know if it was very funny, but it was an attempt. I don't know, Stephen. I might need better writers. What can I say? I think I read it better when the sun's not up. 3 months from now, though, I'm gonna be really good at it. And eventually, maybe I, quit trying to change the font size and just put my glasses on. I probably could do that. That's that. Good point, Zach. But we can't afford that. I need an intern to come and write my sports reports. I don't know. That mold has already been broken, Zach. Plus, we have a new policy on interns, so no one can break your historic run. Does that say macaroni, Josh? A macaroni award? I don't even know what eligibility for a Marconi award is. I think you have to be a national show in order for that to happen. I don't think there are any local Marconis. Are there, Rob?
I am unaware of the existence of a local Marconi. I am aware of the fact that Ralph has made it back on top of the urinal and just jump scared me because I was looking at my phone when I turned the corner and then there was just a face.
I'm fine. I just can't make it work. Math is not working. Hey, Ralph moves in mysterious ways, Rob. He does. Could have swore I saw him elsewhere earlier. He's managed to stay in the restroom, though. So, I mean, that's a...
Was he somewhere else? Because he wasn't there he wasn't in there this morning when I went in there.
Well, he was in the in a stall. I am really shocked that he has not been christened in some way. His photo still seems to be somewhat pristine. Yeah, we can't afford the NFL writers.
Follow the script.
When they wrote in Taylor Swift, no one believed they could pull it off, but they did. So, I mean, Next thing you know, hologram Michael Jackson will be doing the Super Bowl with Prince.
Why do you need that? They got Usher.
If he brings out a hologram of one of those guys, that still would be kind of cool. You don't think so? Now joining me on stage, Prince. I mean,
Prince's Super Bowl halftime show will never be topped. It was the best.
Exactly.
The final hour of the Rob Brown Show starts now. Ladies and gentlemen, just 54-ish minutes separate us from taking this show, placing it into a specialized container, and sending it off to the International Radio Hall of Fame for archival. Join us on the radio broadcast at 844-326-3663, 844-326-3663. You can text us on the MadWorldAttractions.com text line at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, and we will read them on the air. You can tweet me at The Rob Brown Show, tweet Lonzo at Lonzo on Word, and tweet everybody at the station at The Fan Upstate. And, of course, watch our live stream every single day. All 4 hours of the show are live at Facebook.com/TheFanUpstate, Twitter.com/TheFanUpstate, The Fan Upstate on YouTube, and The Rob Brown Show on Twitch.
Hey, shout out to the guys on stream and girls on stream, because you guys have picked it up since we moved. So
yes, indeed. And we appreciate it greatly.
We absolutely do.
Sincerely. We got a few more things that I would like to get into on the radio broadcast today that we have not gotten a chance to get into yet. We talked Carolina Panthers back in hour number 1. We talked some college football in hour number 2. We did our NFL power rankings. We talked some Braves ball earlier in the show. I had some fun in the first hour. Said, there was never a doubt. I was confident the whole time. And this may shock you. That was a lie. And
wait, man, the acting on that, I was there with, I believed every second of it.
Yeah, no, it was a lie. And I'm not gonna lie about the lie.
So reality Rob is back in the room?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Here we go. I need some Debbie Downer music.
I said before the series started that I thought the Braves had to win both at home to have a chance. I said before the series started that I thought Atlanta would have to go 2-0 at home to win this series. I think it is still a massive uphill climb for Atlanta. But there is a good news. There is a good news. That a good news is that the one thing that the Braves could lean on, the one thing the Braves would have to lean on, would be the bats coming awake, would be offense, right? Came into this. In fact, during the break there, I went over to the restroom and bumped into our boy Nine from the Rise Guys. We were having a baseball conversation. He said, Rob Brown's back on the bandwagon. He said, I heard you last week saying you thought the Braves were screwed. I said, Nine, I'm not done thinking that, buddy. I rocked the Braves shirt today. Of course it did. We celebrated what I think yesterday was one of the most clutch baseball postseason wins I've ever seen. That was an unbelievable finish last night. But it took the Braves 15 innings to score a run. It took them 15 innings to score a run. In fact, I think I tweeted out at one point after the Astros went up early, something to the tune of, hey, where is that vaunted, elite, high-level offense that you all told me was going to make me feel better when I said that the Phillies were not only a better pitching team, and by the way, Zach Wheeler turned in a gem last night, like I said he would. You guys told me, don't worry about the pitching, don't worry about the momentum. You're going to be fine because the offense, and also, by the way, the offense. Just said, hey, you had like almost a week off. You lose timing. You lose rhythm. You lose chemistry. And that's what happened in game 1 where the Braves got blanked. Good news is it came awake a little bit towards the end of that game last night. I'll tell you what I really wish. I wish game 3 was tonight. Or I wish they would have done that in game 1 and been able to carry that, because scoring runs is how you build momentum. Like, we can sit here and talk about defense and pitching all you want. Defense and pitching are very importante. Momentum and pitching are where it's at. And how do you build momentum? You build momentum by scoring runs. So the good news here is that the Braves' momentum started to shift forward last night. That Austin Riley dinger kind of brought everybody back to life, right? Or at least it felt like it did. But let's not act like Austin Riley hit a homer and then just everybody in the lineup after him started getting hit after hit after hit. I think Matt Olson ended up with a single through the middle, but you didn't see a lot more offense out of the Braves after that. I think what you did see was the Braves calmed down. I think the Braves got panicked after game one. And why wouldn't they, right? Because Ranger Suarez got you in game one. Ranger Suarez going in game one means that the Phillies planned in game three to have Nola throw. Nola, who, by the way, was a monster in game two of the wild card series. You know, the series the Phillies swept the Marlins straight up and dominated them in not one game, but two back-to-back. So you've got Aaron Nola going on the bump in game three. I believe that is the projected starter. You've got Nola going on the bump as projected starter in game three. A guy that tossed an absolute classic in his last time out. And that's not to say he will do it again. I think that, as I have mentioned a couple of times, the Marlins, a team that was very fortunate to get in, snuck in at the end, a good team, but not the Atlanta Braves. I think you ended up in a spot that Wheeler and Nola had so much confidence coming out that they were able to throw Ranger Suarez and go, you look, if Suarez gets a win in game one, it's a treat. It's a luxury. Spencer Strider's going. That dude was going to end up being, third place in the NL Cy Young voting this year. If Ranger Suarez goes and gets a win in game one, it's a luxury. We're going to get wins in game two and game three with Wheeler and Nola going. Wheeler threw a freaking gem last night, y'all. I mean, a freaking gem. He didn't get credited with the L, and he shouldn't have. What did he go, five innings, no hitter before he finally ended up giving one? And they yanked him? Or was it 7 innings? I don't remember. However many it was. It was ridiculous. It was a ridiculous number. The Braves got very fortunate to get that one last night. 6.1 innings of 3-hit baseball. The Braves didn't score their first run until the 6th. You got to hope, if you're a Braves fan, that the bats stay alive to the next one. That's your best bet. The Braves are undecided, as of today, undecided on who starter number 3 is going to be tomorrow. And to be honest with you, I don't even want to guess. It's too early to go back to Spencer. Obviously freed through last night. So I don't know who you go. I'll tell you what I don't want. I don't want a bullpen game. I don't think you're going to have a bullpen game. I think you're going to have one of the starters come out. But the Braves are undecided as of right now. Philadelphia's not. They're going Aaron Nola. They're going at home. And you're taking a 1-1 score back to Citizens. That place is going to be ridiculous. If the Braves win game 3, I will be ecstatic. But what I'm not going to sit here and tell you is, oh, that's it. It's over. The Braves are winning this series now. I'm not. Philly could very easily win both games at home. It is the hardest stadium to play in Major League Baseball at this point in MLB history. They have got going in game 3, the guy that I think may right now be the best postseason pitcher available in Aaron Nola. The bats did come alive late last night. The Braves had played in postseason baseball. They had played 49 games where they trailed by 4 or more runs in postseason history. 49 games where they trail by 4 or more. You know how many of those 49 the Braves have won in their postseason history? 1. They were 1-48 in games where they trail by 4 or more. They are now 2-48 all time. It's hard to do. So that says to me, yes, the confidence came back, right? They didn't lay down. They didn't roll over. They didn't go away. But I'm also going to say you were up scoring those runs against the back end of the rotation for the Phillies. You're going to go up against Aaron Nola. He's going to give you 6 innings of good baseball unless you rough him up. Now, if the Braves can rough him up, now there's a Phillies bullpen that's probably in their head a little bit. Now there's a Phillies bullpen that's probably thinking a little bit. We gave that game up last night. Not Wheeler. That was us. What if they do it again? The best thing the Braves can do for themselves, and if, capital I, capital F, if they are able to get out of the NLDS, right now it looks like they'll be taking on Arizona. Arizona is a team that has nothing to lose and everything to gain. They were not supposed to be here. They certainly were not supposed to be up 2 games on the Dodgers right now. If they end up in a 7-gamer against the Diamondbacks, you can't trust that you're going to scare Arizona into submission, right? Because if that was the case, the Dodgers would have done it. Instead, the Dodgers are 0-2 in this series and use their best 2 pitchers to get there. That's a big problem. That's a big problem. So I don't know, man. I'm not ready to go ahead and declare the Braves the winner of this series. I'm very happy they're in it. But I did say I think they have to win both of the first 2 at home. It is now a 3-game series in which Philadelphia has the home field advantage and the pitching advantage. The question is, did the momentum advantage last night, not just with the Braves putting up 5 unanswered to end the game, but the Braves putting up 5 unanswered and then closing it out with one of the best defensive endings in, at least as far as I can remember, postseason history. Did that kill off enough Phillies momentum? Did you slow up the Phillies enough to go get game 3? We'll keep an eye on that for you. And we'll have a full breakdown, obviously, of game 3 coming up on Thursday after it happens. You got a couple of games coming up tonight in Major League Baseball. You've got the ALDS going on this evening. Houston is at Minnesota. That series is square at 1 apiece. Baltimore dropped both of their games at home at Camden. I thought Camden was going to be I really did think it would be the most difficult place to play in professional baseball this year in the postseason. The Orioles fans have had pent-up aggression for years about this team and how bad it's been. I thought Camden was going to be a fortress. Instead, they dropped not 1 but 2 to the Rangers. The Rangers, the only team in Major League Baseball that even had a chance at threatening Atlanta in terms of best offense in the game. So I had question marks there. It was a great opening of the series for the Rangers. So I think they'll put it away at home tonight. They got Nathan Eovaldi going off the bump. And Houston and Minnesota, this is going to be one. If you're a baseball fan, Houston, Minnesota tonight is going to be a great one. Christian Javier taking on Sonny Gray. Sonny Gray had a wonderful, wonderful performance last time out. So that one, if you want a pitching matchup, that's going to be the one to watch. And then all 4 games on Wednesday, Houston at Minnesota, Atlanta at Philly, Baltimore at Texas, LA at Arizona. So we'll see how it plays out. Let's take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute. It is NHL opening day. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got a 3-gamer set up for you tonight. We've got NBA regular season just about a week off from us as well. Been a lot of moving in the NBA. We'll break that down as we get ever closer. But when we come back here in just a minute, yesterday Garrett Riley got asked, why does your Clemson offense not look like your TCU offense? And he gave an answer, and I'm curious as to whether or not Tiger fans believe it. We'll talk about that next on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, got a live read right here. Stay right there. We'll be right back. I'll take your thoughts. Let's see. Bum.
By the way, man, root for whoever you want to root for. You don't need some arbiter or whatever you want to call it telling you, you can't root from them. You're not from there. Whatever, dude.
Skrilla asked, what was the Braves v. Phillies record home and away this year? The Braves were 8-5 against the Phillies in the regular season. They lost at home 1, 2, 3, 4. No, sorry, hang on. The Braves won at home 1, 2, 3. And the Braves lost at home 1, 2, 3. So they were even in Atlanta. At Philly, Philly won 1. Oh, man. Atlanta was like 6-1 at Philly this year.
Is that enough to make you change your mind?
No, it's not, because most of those games came earlier in the season when the Braves were playing their best baseball and the Phillies were playing their worst. Baseball is one of the most what are you doing for me lately sports of all.
reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information.
And the reason so many people across the South pull for Atlanta is because for a very long time, that was the only baseball team in the Southeast. And it was on TNT all the time. TBS, sorry. It was on TBS all the time. When I was growing up, my brother was a Cubs fan because my mom was born in Chicago, and my brother picked all of the teams he could pick that were not my teams to root against so that he could be the rebellious younger brother. And in doing so, he became a Chicago fan since we had a mild connection to them. So we used to race home to see who could get to the big TV downstairs first so that we could watch the Braves. And then obviously that just kind of stuck. So even though I am from Florida and we ended up with two teams in that state, the Rays and the Marlins, I watched the Braves growing up. Yeah, the Braves were on WGM, which is why they had such a big following.
Fellowship of the Ring.
That's 844-326-3663.
Thanks, Mr. Announcer Guy. 844-326-3663 indeed is the phone number should you elect to be a part of the radio broadcast, and you should. You can also text us on the madworldattractions.com text line 71307. Start your text with fan. All right, so Garrett Riley got straight up asked to his face, hey, man, how come your Clemson offense doesn't look like and isn't having the success that it had at TCU? It has not looked great through 6 games so far. Clemson fans are confused by that reality. And Garrett Riley answered.
Are they confused, though?
I mean, I think so.
Were they sold a bill of goods that they believed?
I mean, if you want to put it that way.
When they believed that promoting from the inside, Dabo was wrong. He didn't know what he was doing. So he brought in a big name to come in and make this offense be interstellar, all world, the best of the best, whatever. Was that it?
Maybe. Garrett Riley got asked, why does your offense not look like TCU's? And he said, and I quote, big picture is we've just been inconsistent too much, especially with the other day's performance. I just feel like we're too inconsistent, and that's probably the biggest thing. So a perfect time to have a bye week for us, kind of recalibrate, regroup, get some guys back, all that sort of thing. I just think it's coming at a good time for us. Really hone in on those things and kind of tighten it up. Our big focus going into the bye week. Every offense is different. I mean, you've got different players and you've got a younger quarterback, all those things, but we're attacking a lot the same ways. Not a lot of difference there, I would say. Just who we have and who we are right now and just trying to work through it. The last few games, getting off to a faster start, I think, would allow us to probably unhook the plow a little bit sooner, right? End quote.
Wait, what? Unhook the plow? What? Huh?
You know, as soon as I read that, I'm like,
what?
Zoe's going to have a great time with that joke. A great time with that joke.
So the guy coaching at the agricultural school, you're gonna unhook the plow.
Unhook the plow.
So when you unhook the plow, that makes the vehicle the tractor, we'll say, go faster, right?
Yes.
So
that is correct.
Who's the tractor? Is Cade the tractor?
I think the offense is the tractor in this metaphorical situation. Here is one thing I do want to point out. What I do want to point out, if you go back and you watch TCU's offensive run through last year, that put Garrett Riley squarely on the map, made him, without a doubt, no arguments, the most prolific and sought-after offensive coordinator available last season, right? Clemson was not the only one who wanted that dude. They're just the only one who got him. If you go back and you look at that game last year, or at that season last year for TCU, Kendre Miller at running back, Max Duggan at QB, they ran the ball about 45, 46% of the time. I think a lot of people expected when Garrett Riley showed up that this was going to be a wide open, big time spread offense. That this was going to be an offense that just launched the ball. Give Cade a grenade launcher because he's just going to be firing them down range all day. And that's not what Garrett Riley's offense is.
Might as well be Gary with what the offense looks like right now.
Some guy named Gary. Damn it, Gary. It was an offense that was relatively well balanced. It's just that, and it wasn't even afraid of short passes. It's just that it was varied in what those look like, right? Whereas Clemson kind of has a set of routines that they are comfortable to slip back into.
Bubble screen.
Like a bubble screen, like the inside screen, like the power runs, right? Kendre Miller, there was a lot of outside runs. There was a lot of sweeps, a lot of toss sweeps. There was a lot of stuff designed to get around the edge, to take the defensive end and make him run away from where he was set up. And the goal there, in part, was to keep a defensive line honest. You cannot just attack Max Duggan. You have got to account for Kendre Miller and co. and what they can do when they get the ball moving laterally down the line of scrimmage, looking for an edge to turn around. That hasn't really been a threat as often as I'd like this year, which is too bad with Will Shipley. Now, the couple of big games Clemson has won back-to-back, Syracuse, and I guess Wake Forest. Will Shipley was the guy. Will Shipley needs to be used as Kendre Miller was used in TCU's run last year. He needs to be used to demand that offense or that defenses stay honest against the Clemson offense. But my question is, that quote, every offense is different. I mean, you've got different players and you've got a younger quarterback, all those things, but we're attacking a lot of the same ways. Not a lot of difference there. I would say just who we are and who we have right now and just trying to work through it, end quote. Do you guys go for that?
I just skipped the plow part.
Because you've had too much fun this morning.
Yeehaw!
That's why right there. Do you guys buy it? Are you guys in for that? Do you guys accept that as a reality?
I like what Josh is saying on the stream. Is in that metaphor, is Dabo the plow? The Clemson way. Is the Clemson way the plow?
Did you believe yesterday? We had John Blau on yesterday from the Post and Courier. He covers Clemson. He follows them. He writes for them. I asked him straight up, do you believe that in certain games, Dabo Swinney has taken over play calling from Garrett Riley? And John Blau said, no, I don't think that's the case. He said, I don't think that's true. I think that Garrett Riley's offense is Garrett Riley's offense. He says, I think a lot of people expected that this was going to be an offense that was going to blow the doors off. And the reality is Clemson's still working on improving the talent that they have. There's work yet to be done. And I partially believe him, right? I partially believe him. And part of the reason I believe him, is just looking at the offense and some of the spots where it felt like the offensive rhythm and routine had changed are in high pressure spots. And if a coach is going to panic and decide I need to take over and run this thing, he's going to do it in high pressure situations, not just 2nd and 2 in a tie ball game in the first quarter, right? It's going to be in high pressure spots late in the game against Florida State, late in the game against Duke. Those are going to be the spots that you would think Dabo is going to attempt to take over. The second reason is, while I understand, and like I said a minute ago, Garrett Riley's offense is not a 5-wide, full spread, air raid attack. It's a relatively balanced offense. it's also not simple and repetitive.
Who's going to be the scapegoat this year? What coach? Will it be the defensive coordinator that has to go? Who's it going to be when they don't live up to expectations? Expectations were way too lofty. They were. Because the caliber of quarterback that Clemson has had the last couple of years, they expect the next guy to be like that guy, and that's it's a rarity. It really is. They got lucky with Deshaun. They got and then being able to bring in Trevor Lawrence and surpass Deshaun. You're thinking the next guy's got to be at least equal, and he's not. Cade has potential to be a pretty good quarterback if people are patient with him. Does Garrett Riley last for more than one season? I'm curious about that. You bring in a new offensive coordinator, you've got to give them the opportunity to bring in guys that fit their system, not make that guy fit the Clemson way. And if that's going to continue, then there's a problem. Also, can someone like Photoshop a picture of Garrett Riley and Dabo next to each other and make Garrett Riley have a tractor on his shirt and Dabo have a plow on his shirt? Can someone do that?
I would start with, I think Lonzo is spot on right there out front. I think he's spot on up front. I think that one of the things that has been left out of the conversation by and large is that switching an offensive coordinator, as Clemson just did, and not just switching an offensive coordinator, but switching from, with all due respect, a bad one to a good one, deserves the same amount of patience that switching head coaches deserves.
Or running a quarterback out of town because you know the next guy is so much better, and he hasn't been.
Again, you got to keep in mind at the end of the day, the decision to leave was DJ's. And yes, DJ is having some levels of success at Oregon State. But I think that people expect you're just going to plug an OC in, even a good one. You're going to plug an OC in, and it's just going to the moon.
I know it's probably it's different levels, but remember all the hype over it was Joe Brady, right? And at LSU and how good he was, and the Panthers brought him in, and he didn't even make it a season.
Yeah, I think going college,
but
to the pros,
I'm talking about the hype surrounding them.
And I would also point out, as I do everyone else connected to that program last year, the stench of Matt Rule was all over that. I honestly believe Brady was the sacrificial lamb for Matt Rule to keep his job for a few more weeks. I really do. So you're 100% right. I think the hype is there.
Because you don't hear this much hype about an offensive coordinator. You just don't.
I would.
And I don't know if that hype was all over the country. It probably is just this area.
No, I'm actually going to disagree. I think, like I said, I think Garrett Riley was highly sought after amongst the Power 5 levels, right?
Why wasn't he sought after at TCU?
He was. I just don't think they had the resources to keep him. I don't think TCU was ever going to be able to pay what anybody else was going to be willing to offer that guy, A. And B, on top of that, I think Garrett Riley may have seen the writing on the wall at TCU. You know, the writing on the wall that we are seeing come to fruition now. You know, the writing on the wall that I told you preseason when everybody was picking TCU and I was going, wait a minute, they've lost their best quarterback, their best wide receiver, their best running back. This team's not going to be as good next year. And I think Garrett Riley said, let me strike while the iron is hot and go to a place that is a contender. And Clemson's more of a contender than TCU is.
Ed Orgeron accidentally called the number.
Coach O.
Coach
O didn't come on the radio talk to Tigers with us.
Sorry, wrong number is what he said. But I'm pretty sure it was him.
Yeah, go Coach O. Go Tigers. I think that the point, first off, the point you made was great. I think the expectations on offensive coordinators skip over the factors that are thrown into people's expectations about head coaches, right? With head coaches, everybody says, oh, you gotta give them 2 or 3 years to get out the old recruits and get in new ones and find guys that fit his system and this, that, and the other. And we don't do that for offensive coordinators. And I think we should. I think we almost have to. And I think that's probably to some degree the case here. I would also point out that, and I know that this is getting old. Clemson fans, you're tired of hearing this, and I understand that you're tired of hearing it, but you have to understand that being tired of hearing a thing doesn't make that thing untrue or not part of the conversation. Yes, you, and by you, of course, I mean Dabo Swinney, you are eventually going to have to start recruiting like it is 2023, not 2013. You are eventually going to have to help Clemson beat the NIL drum. You are going to have to eventually start looking into and through the transfer portal to find guys. Somebody the other day said, "Hey, Rob, you know, who would we have gotten in the portal that would have made this better?" And I said, I don't know, but if you would have taken one of the guys out of the portal that went to Florida State, they wouldn't have beat you this year. 99% of the offense FSU put up against you, all portal guys. What if Keon Coleman was a Clemson Tiger because they were wide receiver U? What if Johnny Wilson was a Tiger because they were wide receiver U? What if Jordan Travis was a Tiger because he realized that there was a hole there that could be filled? Different ball game, right? Different ball game entirely. So those changes are going to have to be made, but I would also say calm down on Garrett Riley. Give him the same time you would give a head coach. Let's take a break. We'll come back here in a minute. We'll wrap this show up. My name is Rob Brown. Lonzo's on the ones and twos as the Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. You're unsure why Matt Rule losing brings you joy, James? Are you really unsure?
I do, but I think that might be sarcasm, maybe, possibly. Hey, them sandwiches are downstairs, Rob.
I know. Do I run down there and just grab a whole bunch right now?
Or just wait till 10 and let's see
what's left.
See what's left after the scavengers have picked it over.
Right.
Well, I guess it depends. You don't do breakfast, so this would be like breakfast time for
It
you, so.
would be breakfast for me.
Yeah. I've already ate twice, so.
I've already ate twice.
I'm still sticking to the every 3 hour small meals. If my leg would permit, going for another, maybe I can get up to an hour today. Made it a half hour yesterday. It wouldn't shock me if, well, I did see at the end there, it said Philly cheesesteak. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, well, I got to tell you, they make a decent Philly for being a quick sandwich shop.
I don't know what a proper Philly cheesesteak is supposed to taste like. So I can only go by, making it with Steakums.
With Steakums.
With Steakums. You know Steakums, right?
I do know Steakums.
Yeah. The spam of beef. I'm not hungry right now. So when I go get one, I'm going to save it till about 11 or so. But I will gladly accompany you downstairs, maybe take pictures of the carnage.
The carnage.
It won't be as bad as it used to be when we had a full building. I mean, it would be 5 minutes. If you were not down there in the first 5 minutes, there's nothing but like garnish left.
Radio, baby.
It was an amazing thing to watch, but you don't want to be in the middle of it unless you're hungry.
Nobody likes free stuff like radio people like free stuff.
No, salespeople.
Yeah.
Salespeople like it more than the talent. And they take advantage of the fact that, morning shows are going on right now. And
I don't dislike Cheese Whiz. I'm not going to lie.
You ever eat it out of just straight up nozzle into, doing the Goofy movie thing?
It's the Leaning Tower of Cheese.
Pauly Shore. You know that was Pauly Shore, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the Leaning Tower of Cheese.
Thoughts on summer sausage? Wow. There's a question I don't believe I've ever been asked. I don't mind summer sausage in those like Hillshire Farm pack things that you get for Christmas.
Yeah.
You like cut out the
Like
sausage
a
and
summer
the
sausage
cheese.
collection.
Yeah, and all that kind of stuff. I'm good with that. It is a classic movie. Now I got that song stuck in I need to put that on my Spotify. The one that they're dancing on in the end of the movie. Powerline. Thank you. I was trying to think, who was that? Plus, I got to recreate that to a degree. My son went to college at Presbyterian, and suddenly I was doing the Presbyterian pregame show at his college.
If we listen to each other's heart.
Yeah, that's the only part I know. Wow.
Far apart, and maybe
I'm not trusting you on
is the
lyrics.
reason why for the first time ever we see each other eye to eye. That song's a banger, by the
By the way,
way.
I referenced that a bunch, the
Song is
Goofy
a
movie, when Cameron was
banger.
at school and I showed up there doing the job. Is that like Hammer Time?
And maybe love is the reason why for the first time ever we're seeing it eye to eye. Powerline, man.
James is saying that was Tevin Campbell. So we
Powerline.
we were discussing the Goofy movie on the stream, and it is a classic.
Banger after banger after banger. Welcome back to the Rob Brown Show's on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate.
Hey, can we play that song? Like on one of us play that song when we go down and get a sandwich?
Fine by me.
All
It's a
right,
banger,
let's
like
do
I
it.
said.
Let's
Banger
do
song.
it.
Real quick, like things I want to throw in here. Number one, coming up on tomorrow's show, I am very, very excited because we are going to have a major interview coming on the show, one that I have been working for about a week to get set up, and I think we have finally got it set up, and I'm excited to. Tyson Jeffers is going to be the new general manager of the baseball team going into Spartanburg. We don't know the name yet. You know, Lonzo and I are 100% going to try to get it out of him.
You shouldn't have mentioned that till tomorrow.
It's not a secret.
Well, because now suddenly he'll show up on another show later because okay. All right.
We got this. Tyson Jeffers is the new GM of the Spartanburg, whatever they're going to be, coming up tomorrow.
Hey, don't do that with your hands, because I thought, what's wrong? What's wrong?
Whatever they're going to
Yeah, I
be.
just freaked out for a minute.
We'll have him joining tomorrow at 8, and part of the reason I'm excited about that is because Spartanburg has decided to go all in on a new baseball stadium downtown, about $425 million going into that project and all of the little improvement projects around it. I went out, not this past Saturday, but the Saturday before. The lady friend took me over to the Berg to do a little celebratory dinner, and we went to a restaurant that is on top of the hotel that is right next to where the stadium's going to go. So I got to survey the area from a bird's eye perspective, and it's beautiful. It's a nice little area downtown. It's close to downtown enough that you can walk on down, but it's not like stuck in the middle of downtown. I think it's a great idea, and I think it's got huge potential. And Diamond Baseball Holdings, the company that is running this whole thing, is going to, I think, very much be all in on this project. But I think it's great. If you're going to do it, you like do it or don't, like do it or don't. I enjoyed very much the interaction that we had with the Spartanburgers when they played over there, right? I also love a baseball team that like Share just goes by one name. They're just the Spartanburgers.
Yeah, I'm still embarrassed that I messed up YMCA, but it's a pressure.
So I had a great time with them, but at the same time, and I say this respectfully, that kind of felt like a team that we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. For something like this, you got to be all in or not in at all. And it feels to me like Diamond Baseball Holdings, the company that's putting this in, is all in. Joey just texted and said, Rob with no glasses on is just weird. Cool. Thanks for making me insecure, Joey. Put
Wow.
it back on.
Wow. I mean, if you don't want to wear your glasses, don't wear your glasses. Don't you bow to that pressure, Rob Brown. Come on. Well, take them off, dude.
So Tyson Jeffers will join us tomorrow. But the other announcement that came up, yesterday was that the Greenville Triumph and the Greenville Liberty will be returning to Paladin Stadium to play next season. The Liberty just barely missed the USLW League playoffs this year. The Greenville Triumph have locked in a playoff spot. Now the question will be, are they going to be the 5 seed? Are they going to be the 4 seed? And we will find out this weekend when the Triumph play their final regular season match at home. They've got Lexington coming in. It is Fan Appreciation Day, so if you've not been to a game yet, Saturday is going to be a great one to go to. But it was announced that they will be back at Paladin Stadium next season. And good. I'm glad they have a home. Paladin Stadium is a beautiful stadium. They've done a phenomenal job of making it soccer friendly. The atmosphere in that building has been great. And I know the Triumph are very grateful to Furman for the amount of effort that they put in to form this partnership and to give the Triumph somewhere to play. They used to play their games at Legacy Early College. Unfortunately, the timing on that just ran up, and Legacy Early was not in a position where they could continue that partnership, which is very understandable. Furman had jumped in and made it work, so they got a stadium, and that's spectacular. But I really do think we should invest in an overall local, updated, up-to-date sports amphitheater in Greenville. I really do. I think that the Triumph have been pushing for this. Joe Irwin's been pushing for this. I think the fandom is ready for it. I think you can put it in a centralized location that's easy to get to for the entire upstate. I think you put it in a place that can handle traffic in and out on match days, because I'll tell you, there are some other venues in the area, one in particular whose name I shan't mention, but that has been overwhelmed based on the lack of infrastructure that surrounds this venue, to the point that it makes going to events there impossible to enjoy. Because by the time you get in the building, you're so stressed out by getting there that it's almost hard. It's almost hard to have a good time. This would be a place that I think is very multi-purpose, right? It would not just be where the Triumph play, where the Liberty play. I think it would also give you an opportunity to be a concert venue, which the area, I think, needs. It would be a fantastic festival grounds for the area, which I think the area needs. It is an investment. And I know some people are very much anti community investment. And I understand that.
You mean anti-tax dollars?
Whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
All right. Whatever you want to call it.
I mean, because you're coloring it in a way that's not going to take money out of people's pockets. And it is.
I mean, it might. There are also options for private funding, et cetera. And if you're against it, you're against it. I'm not going to sit here and butt heads with it. I just personally think it's a great idea. I think it's a phenomenal idea. I think it's an idea that does reinvest back in the community. The Triumph have already said, the Irwin Group have already said that they would pay rent back to this building, right? They would be paying back into this building. It's not like they're saying we want to lead it and it's just going to be our home for free. They want to, probably more than a lot of other places, put back into the community as well.
By the way, I'm not saying I'm one way or the other. I'm just saying
Sure.
that's usually what people say.
100%.
The reason why they don't, and a lot of communities are saying no if it comes out of their pocket.
Yeah, no, I understand that. To me, and this is why I phrase it this way, to me, it is a community investment. To me, it is an investment that would put money back in. But that's just me. It's just my opinion, man. Texas said, Rob, I could see Dabo Swinney saying something like, give me a run, and vetoing a screen or short pass or something. Yeah, I could too. Maybe not directly taking over the coaching, but more guiding it the way he wants. Texas said, go Triumph. We still want a stadium. Soccer ball emoji, soccer ball emoji, soccer ball emoji, /soccer mom. Well, thanks for the text, soccer mom. Great to have you as a listener.
Okay, so that last one was spelled out. It wasn't
Correct.
okay. Because I don't use those, so I don't know.
Jesse said, I definitely agree with Lonzo in that we were fortunate to have Trevor and Deshaun, and also that Cade is just not at that level. In terms of the portal, we definitely need to use it more, but not to the degree of some of these teams you see on TV in which every play an announcer says, what a play by blank, transfer from blank. Almost every game you watch is that way, and it's nice to have a team of mostly recruits from high school, but we do need to use the portal for sure. What? Jesse, I love you, dog. How do you get both ways? Well, I want to use it a little bit, but like not how the other bad people use it. Really? Because Florida State's number 4 in the country right now.
Was that like when that one president
escaped Wake Forest?
Is that like when that one president said he didn't inhale? Isn't that kind of like that?
I guess that depends on what the definition of the word is. You know what it is? It is time for this.
And now the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
Time to ask Rob what the X is going on, and he's going to let us know. The first thing that's Xing, yo, is David Lee Roth.
David Lee Roth. He is turning 68 today.
Wrong. Skronk's favorite number.
Nice.
69. And he is the second best singer to ever be in Van Halen. All right, the next thing that's Xing is Diablo 4.
Does anybody think he was the best singer to be in?
Yes, some people want to fight. So there are people out there, including your buddy that I believe that you were hanging out with Sunday. There are people who do not think Hagar was any good in Van Halen, and that was when Van Halen was at their peak.
I'll have a conversation with him later today. All right, what was the
Gary Sharon, yeah. Diablo 4.
So Diablo 4 drop. You were a big fan when it came out of the gate, right?
You're not going to get why it's trending.
No, I have no idea why it's trending.
Yeah, it's because Elon Musk played it live last night on X.
Couldn't think of anything I'd rather spend my Monday night doing.
All right, have you watched esports before? And you've watched other people play video games? People are into that. I don't like watching other people play.
For the record.
But it's cool that a big time celebrity, whether you agree with them or not, is playing a video game. I think that brings them down to earth for me anyway. And if you liked them, you would think the same thing, but you don't. And you know what? X is still going, even though people said it wouldn't. And we're talking about it right now. The next thing that's Xing is Tony Khan, yo.
He bought it for $44 billion. It's worth less than $8. Tony Khan is trending.
Allegedly. I don't believe all that
because
stuff.
It is Tony Khan's birthday today, as a matter of fact. Tony Khan turning, I don't care how many years of age. More importantly than that, tonight we have a very interesting wrestling setup because it is obviously AEW and NXT going head to head. AEW had to get moved because of the baseballs, which makes sense. That means it's up against NXT. Well, the powers that be in WWE realized that NXT had some competition from AEW. And so they decided not only are they going to run the first half hour, commercial free, but John Cena is going to be there. Who else is going to be there?
Undertaker.
Well, so I wanted to set that up last because at the end of the NXT promo that ended, what was it, SmackDown last Friday? You
weren't specific in your question.
That's fine. I was sure because somebody else is going to be. Oh, Heyman, Paul Heyman.
Yeah, I'm going big time first. Cody's going to be there.
Cody's making an announcement. Heyman's going to be there. Cena's going to be there. They're in opposite corners for a title fight tonight. And then as they were ending the preview for that last Friday, the NXT logo went away. And as it did, the Undertaker's gong hit. So you assume that Undertaker's going to be there as well, which is a big deal. And then AEW, who realizes they are outgunned tonight, did two things. Number one, they're also going to go 30 minutes commercial free. Number two, I do think they have a really good card lined up. And number three, they actually went to their network and got a 10-minute continuation. So they are going to run 10 minutes longer than NXT this evening.
So far.
So far.
So
we'll see
far.
if that changes.
So maybe WWE doesn't have to ask for a continuation. They just do it.
We'll see. We'll find out. Hey, that's the end of the radio broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. We have got a 20-hour break, and we're back to do it all over again tomorrow. Have a lovely rest of your day. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. Have a good one. Thanks for listening to the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Later. Yeah!
You smell it?
What the Rock is cooking?
I started smelling the food about.
Yeah, we're going to get sandwiches, people. You're all spectacular. I certainly want to hang out, but there's free sandwiches downstairs, and I'm hungry, so I'm going to go do that. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Tell your friends about us. See you back here tomorrow. Have a lovely day. Goodbye.